Welcome back, everybody. We're prepared. Welcome
I'm hovering
to
over
another
the record button and I'm waiting for that countdown, then suddenly, bam, Ace is on.
I'm sorry. I'm so tired. I'm sorry. I can't have my gamer subs out of my bib. I can't have it.
Out of your fucking bib? The fuck?
No, I'm joking. I have it out of one of those little protein things or so, but it's like their special version. Anyway, it's a good old snooze hour, aka 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Nap time!
Yeah, nap time. And we're back with another session. So I hope you guys are excited for it. I'm going to stay awake as often as I can, and just to kind of let you guys know is that I do have sound alerts and most of my channel points kind of turned off for today's stream, just because I want to make sure that we get a focus on the game itself. But feel free to still message in chat, and I'll occasionally often message within there. Also, we have conjoined chats, so from my perspective, I am the Dungeon Master, Ace, and we have our fellow players, Paarth, who's piloted as Davwyn.
Oh.
We also have one of our two Russians, Aeros, who's playing Vladimir.
YOLO, welcome to stream, da?
And then we also have one of our other Russians, who is from Parliament, Breaker.
Hello everyone, and welcome into the stream. Do be sure to open up both of our streams in a different tab and mute one of them there if you want to give us both that wonderful Twitch view count there. We know we wish we did not have to ask this there, but Twitch overlords.
Yaga, we are desperate.
Parliament?
What's the Russian government? What's the Russian government? The bourgeoisie.
You mean Putin?
I thought it was bourgeoisie.
I thought it was royalty, not parliaments.
Oh, wait, hold on. Hey Siri! What is the Russian government called? Shut up. Okay. I didn't ask you, Siri. Government of Russia.
The Federal Republic, Constitutional Republic, or Semi-Presidential System?
That's way too fucking complicated. Anyway,
yeah, it is.
Those people need to learn to take their time. They really have to stop Russian so much.
I need you to roll a D100. And you're dead. So like Breaker said, is that we have two different perspectives that we are having the stream on. If you want to watch from Dungeon Master's perspective, then you're in the right place on my end. And if you want to watch from the player's perspective and be surprised of what bullshit I throw at these players, you can go on over to Breaker's stream. Or if you want to support both of us, pull up both of our streams at the exact same time and just mute one of them. Primarily just because we are very desperate for views, so please give us views.
Otherwise known as the crush the little ants view, or oh dear God, what is he doing view.
Exactly. And then finally, we also have our good old cleric here, Norelor, also played by Nenewza.
Hello. Well, I'm trying not to die.
That is always a good point for it.
That is absolute mood. Absolute mood.
The absolute mood, yes. Yaga.
Now back to the carnage.
Yeah. So last time when we left off, you were going through this temple, which we've been in for about a century, but it's only been about a day. And you traveled down into the depths of the Temple of Shar, or it's the abandoned Temple of Shar, and you had been able to make it to the end where you had seen Breaker, your character's father, was imprisoned, along with a prior met ally that was an enemy, and that was Clovis. But you also noticed that your also ally Akanon, who had disappeared in the middle of your prior fight, had randomly shown up and it was unconscious behind the bars as well. So, so you pick them up. You give a little bit of tender care to your father, and aka patching them up and everything, and essentially you have been rushing out of this temple as it is in the midst of collapse. I gave you about 20 turns in total, and it took you about half of those turns to get up to this final segment, aka the atrium towards the lower temple.
Yeah, we gave the dungeon some acid reflux.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a pretty good way of saying, putting that.
Yes. And at that point, when you had arrived, you had seen the shadows themselves coalesce into multiple forms, mirroring yourselves. And in addition, you do see there was also a shadow-esque figure of what looked to be your unconscious ally, Aknon. As now we begin with a combat to see if you can make it to the end of this room in 10 turns. So
So the
I
goal
need
isn't to
everyone
knock
to
these
roll
guys
me
out, guys. It's to get out of here.
yes.
Yes.
So go ahead, everyone, and roll me some initiative, and with that, I'll roll initiative on my end. and
Well,
see how we do.
there is already initiative order up, so
Well, so the thing is like, oh, it's it got shuffled around, so I had to redo
it did.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me put you guys on back on exploration mode, so you can do your rolls.
Okay.
Right.
I will roll from my end and have a more fitting song to change to.
Oh, she ain't going quick.
Also,
right.
Renewza, you're still getting some feedback.
Ooh,
Ding! Damn it!
22.
Is that better?
I got a really low roll.
And
Renewza.
oof.
Yeah. I don't hear as much of it anymore, so it should be okay for now. Let me just go ahead and... I have to get the other music going too, whilst I roll this. Oh, there we go.
There we go. But yeah, unfortunately, I rolled a 10.
So when Valkin goes werewolf, is he still foxy? Does that make him a wolf?
Yes.
Yes.
I am a werewolf.
Wolf.
Ooh, okay.
But what kind of werewolf are you?
Hmm?
Are you a werewolf, where you're just nothing but good? You're nothing but goods to trade. Are you a werewolf? Wolf? Are you a werewolf where people wear you?
Well, seeing as how I can cast spells, I go with a werewolf.
You're not that enlightened yet.
Also, sorry, my sister was messaging me about something. So,
Yes.
okay. So we got that, and then I just need to get one last roll in. Okay.
Yeah, the highest one is by far Breaker. Second highest is Arrow.
Okay. So let's get the music changed. Okay. Actually, let me just make sure I double check. Okay, so 7, 9, 22, and 10. Okay. Well, let's get that going.
As we go, yay, I'm first! Somehow.
Yay!
said,
It's
yeah,
reverse
that looks-
order this time.
So yeah, that looks like when you had the thing unordered. Right now.
Yeah. Well, I'm getting it altered right now, so
Mhm.
we got.
I had
You
so much plans
first.
for being for having my turn first.
Sorry, hold on. This is really fucking annoying. Give me one moment, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Nope. When family contacts there, it kind of takes precedent, especially if you've been waiting on them.
Yeah. Well, it's just kind of randomly out of the blue. It's like,
Random
Damn
out
it,
of the
sis,
blues.
you it's like, damn it, sis, you always pick the worst time.
well, yeah. It's like, so my sister's asking me if I can, like, basically stop by this entire weekend to feed her cat, like twice a day.
Ah.
It's like I already have plans like throughout this entire day, or this entire weekend.
I mean, the weekend's kind of over there.
No, like this next weekend.
Ah, the upcoming weekend.
I'll just say sure, fuck it. I'm sorry.
Life happens.
Yep. I mean, it sounds like a thing where you can probably swing by in the morning as you go out to whatever event that you're doing, and then swing by in the evening whenever you're coming back from it. Cats are kind of flexible that way.
It's still just annoying. It's like,
Yeah.
but yeah, sorry. So I just gotta get this message out.
Mm-hmm.
And Joshua, I think that's how you're supposed to read it, redeemed stretchies.
Yay.
Yep. Thank you for that. Okay, so now that I got that taken care of, let's see. So 10. Okay, so then it would be you there, followed by you, followed by you, then you. Oh, I have to roll for Father Ivan too.
Yes.
Whoops.
Okay, wow, there you go. Jesus.
Breaker.
Yes.
I noticed that your pin is a little off.
My pin is a little
Your
Or
pinned message to want to
for
see the
Ace
DM's
side.
view should be you want to see the player's view.
Oh, whoops. Thank you.
Okay.
Jeez, Breaker,
so-
I didn't realize you labeled yourself as a DM too.
Bruh. Can't believe it.
Ooh.
How fucking are you? Okay. Alright, so I've got the turn order ready and good to go. So the turn order is Valkin. Next is Ivan. Then it is the Shadow Paarth. Then it is Shadow Vladimir. Followed by Vladimir. Followed by Paarth. Followed by the Shadow Akanon. Followed by Norelor. Then Shadow Valkin. And then Shadow Norelor.
Those last two roll terribly if they behind me.
Right. So, okay. So, Valkin, you are up first. So,
Alright. Okay. Paarth, can you counter a counter spell?
Paarth shakes his head.
There. Right. Then this will either work or I will burn that so you can do something. And with that, I cast Stinking Cloud on them.
Stinking cloud. Okay.
Yes.
Let's see. I've never actually heard that spell before, so
So
okay, 20
stinking
foot.
cloud. Yeah.
Stinking cloud is when you feed Paarth chili for 3 days straight.
Alright. So you create a 20-foot radius sphere of yellow, nauseating gas centered on a point within range. The cloud spreads across corners, and its area is heavily obscured. Each creature that is completely within the cloud at the start of its turn must make a Constitution saving throw against poison. On a failed save, the creature spends its action turn retching and reeling. Creatures that don't need to breathe or are immune to poison automatically succeed. Okay. And you're just centering it right on everyone there.
Yep.
Alright, so yep,
Oh,
you
God.
succeed in being able to cast that. As your like noxious fumes kind of mix in with the shadows themselves. But you can kind of see there's not really much of a reaction against any of the shadows themselves.
Great.
In other words, they ain't breathing.
Yes, so they do not need to breathe. In addition, they actually do have a immunity to poison damage. So
Well, that just used my last spell slot there, so...
Well,
Crud.
to be fair, it's obscured, so they have a hard time seeing. Same to us.
that is
though.
true. That is true. It is heavily obscured area. So
There. Yeah,
dear.
but still.
that
Of
still kind of
course.
I
sucks.
was worried that they would have, resistances or something. While being shadows, I had a feeling they wouldn't be perfect copies of us.
Mm.
Let's hope that means they also have weaknesses.
Yeah, like radiant damage. That would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to do?
There. No, that's basically it. I'm just gonna suck this round.
At the very
Yeah.
least, if you have that movement, you should use it.
Yeah. Hey, why can't I control my token? It's my turn. Oh, that's why I have that thing open. Alright, then let's see. I will go ahead and. Nope.
Remember, our goal isn't to beat these guys. Our goal is to get out of here.
Alright. Okay, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, there. That make my 30 be that square here.
Okay. Sounds good.
Alright.
All right. Next up is Ivan. You see him just kind of like rearing up a little bit as he just darts his way on over to pretty much just kind of stay within an area of cover. So go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and oh wait, come on. He's pretty much just gonna go like right over to here. Oh wait, that's right. He has an extended movement. I forgot.
Mm.
So there he goes.
The lady guy can't even see
Okay.
in there.
That's exactly the point, baby. Use the shadows.
Use the
Next
shadows to
up
hide from the
is
shadows.
yeah. Next up is the adult Paarth, who, in a even though this is a bit more of a restricted environment for flight, he is able to at least do a decent hop on over forward, just like 5, 10, 15, 20, right to about here. And then I just gotta double check one thing.
fact that
So I wrote something
this
special
Shadow
down.
Paarth is basically gonna look like a giant adult fairy dragon does tickle me about like a scary looking fairy dragon.
Mhm.
So it's basically just like this looks more like a sort of adult shadow dragon more than like
Oh,
a
so it's
fairy-esque dragon and such.
okay, so he doesn't look like a fairy dragon like Paarth does. Got it.
He's got some resembling features, but there are definitely others that are more replaced for it to be more draconic. And then from here, I just need to make sure to go ahead and figure this out, because it's right from here. And then since it's a cone, I have to do...
Oh shit.
Oh, he's about to use the breath attack.
I always can never remember. Oh, it's 90 degrees, that's right.
Cones are
90
90
degree
degrees.
angle.
Jeez.
Yes. Since you go based off of per 5 feet, and so it like the system is the best one to use is for that. So it looks like the only people that actually are going to get hit or attempt to get hit is going to be Paarth and Vladimir. So as this shadow emerges before you with streaks of just like twilight and black spirals of like smog behind it, you do see that the scales start to light up a more purple. As I need you to make a dexterity saving throw as a shadow breath is being cast between you guys. Or not cast, my bad. Just it's using a shadow breath against you.
Okay, dexterity saving throw.
That is a 23.
That will succeed.
You only got 12, sadly.
That unfortunately will not succeed. So, with that, let me bust out the dice. So in total, you are taking 6d6, which is going to be
Ouch.
necrotic damage.
Yikes.
Oh wait, hold on. Actually, there is a special condition. Since Spirit Guardians is up, there is a slight protection from it. So even if you succeed, you take half damage, and if you succeed on it, then you take no damage.
Spirit Guardians does that?
So that's something specific for this session. So it's not like a usual rule. It's like something.
It's a homebrew.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so what am I rolling?
Well, so you're taking 21 divided by 2, so round it down. So you'll take 10 necrotic damage.
Yikes. Alright. I'm still up at least.
So that is his turn. Next up is the Shadow Vladimir. And let's see, so I go 5.
I was going to say that 21 is enough to floor me immediately and I didn't get a turn there.
Right. 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30. So, with the movements, let's see who he targets. So, because he got a good 1, 2, 3 potential targets. And Vladimir, your shadow goes to attempt to strike at you with its necrotic bullets. So,
Oh boy.
what? Yes. And I believe that since your AC is, let me double check. Where does
My
it
AC
say?
is 18.
18. Let's see. And using your own modifier against you, which is hilarious. That is plus 8, so 18.
That meets it.
Okay. bust out the. Actually, let me do this instead. 2d8 plus 6. All right, so he goes for the first shot against you, which does clash against your armor. Which you take a total of 16 necrotic damage.
Ooh.
And he will attempt to go for.
Vladimir ain't looking too good.
He will attempt to go for a secondary shot. Which is a hit with 24.
That is a hit, yup.
14 necrotic damage.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, us trying to survive 3 fights in a row with no rest, this is not looking good.
Nope.
Oh wait, half that damage. I forgot. You're within the area of the Spirit Guardians.
Wait.
Ah.
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on. Piercing resistance. I had the leather.
It's
leather
necrotic
modifier.
damage.
Oh wait, no, that's right. It is necrotic. Damn.
Yes. But you're
Yeah,
still
but
taking half because you're within the area of the of
Okay,
the Spirit
so
Guardians.
8,
So yeah.
so that's 8 and 15. So
8 so you 8 and 7. Oh
Yeah,
so you have
that's
15
15.
total, so yeah. Okay. And speaking of gunslingers, Vlad, you are up.
okay, so I have a single question.
Mm-hmm.
Does the big Durg in front of me, in front of Vlad, does it look solid? Does it look like a solid being, or is it literally just if you touch it, you'll phase through it?
Is
Go
it like a
ahead
ghostly
and,
shadow thingy?
yeah, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Oh, that's only a +1.
Good.
17.
As you reel back from your shots that have been taken against you, you kind of like look over this shadowish-esque version of Paarth, and you notice that there doesn't seem to be as much of a physical form than you would imagine like some of your other enemies would be. In fact, they actually seem to be very similar towards the prior enemies that you faced, where they're a bit tough, like of dealing damage, but they're not as resilient to keep their form.
Okay, so that nulls one of the ideas I had. Okay, so that complicates things. I have to rethink my strategy. Okay, so then in that case, as long as I can stay outside of 5 feet, we should be fine. Vlad is going to, let's see, okay, I do have a couple of potions of healing left. I don't have my second wind or action surge. I do have 3 combat superiority dies left. So, and remind me, using a potion is a bonus, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, and the father still has Acnon on his shoulder, right?
That's correct.
And Paarth
thought-
is currently
Sorry, I thought
Yeah.
I was
no,
carrying
wait.
Aknon.
No,
Oh.
no. Paarth is carrying Aknon.
You're right. My bad.
Yeah, Paarth is
Hmm.
carrying Aknon. The father has Clovis. Okay. And now, rule question there, Ace.
Okay.
Is it possible if Vladimir were to say, oh, I don't know, tell Norelor to start moving in the same direction that both him and Paarth are moving, would it be possible to have all three tokens move at the same time? Like on her turn?
So, like, if you commanded her to move with you, like you held your turn to move with her.
Yes.
Formation move, effectively.
Yeah, formation move.
I would say you could do that, though you would have to hold your action in order to do it.
Well, there's not much else he could do, realizing that, oh, this doesn't feel as bad as it did before. It's because we're in this field. Aha. So, with that, Vlad's gonna look over to Norelor with, continue moving towards exit. We'll follow.
She not.
And he's gonna hold his movement so that he moves with Norelor.
Okay.
And there is one other thing he could try, but he's going to experiment and pop a shot at Shadow Vlad and Shadow Paarth. He's going to check and see if they actually connect, or is it going to do what he thinks is going to happen and just phase right through them?
Well, so you said you were gonna hold your turn though to move with Norelor, correct?
You said hold move. Well, no, that would count as the full thing, wouldn't it? Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm. Though you can do an offhand shot because you have those.
Yeah, I'll do an offhand shot against Shadow Vlad as an experiment. So
Go ahead and roll that damage, or roll it to attack and then damage.
and we're not gonna do sharpshooter. That is a miss.
Actually, it's a hit.
Oh, that's a hit?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yep, meets it, beats it.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Hmm.
And
Mhm.
then roll damage.
Mm-hmm.
And that is 14.
Ah, sorry. I'm supposed to finish chewing. So, you do take a pot shot at your shadow itself, and you do notice that, like, okay, as you shoot into it, because of your special breaking up past resistances for your weapons, you see that it actually dealt a pretty devastating blow into the the shadow's form itself. So it does look like it is still standing at the time, but you can tell that while they have your strength, they don't have your durability.
At that point, as soon as he sees that, Vladimir just gives a toothy grin of gotcha.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Hmm.
Anything else?
That's okay. That pot shot. Okay. I did say I was holding for the potion of healing. Holding for movement. Okay. Yeah. That's my turn.
Okay. Paarth, you are up.
Okie doke. Just making a couple of measurements.
No worries. Also, Don Rand, thank you so much for the posture check and the stretch. And then I know that Watson, Watson_Barry, thank you so much for the follow, friend. Oh.
Ah, looks a little warped. Alright.
Yeah, because he hit the pillar.
I'm just trying to count my 4s and I'm having trouble with it, is all. I just adjust my camera. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 20, 20. So that's a 20-foot cube there. I can't rely on the bubbles because the bubbles are so unclear.
Okay, but yes, that's a 20-foot radius.
No, that's a 20 by 15.
Oh, I'm missing one vertical, aren't I?
Yeah.
Like this.
And you hit the pillar again.
Well, the pillar's unfortunately going to be in the way.
I'm just trying to count the tiles.
Yeah.
So that's
But
a
you
20-foot
got-
cube that, like that.
Yeah, you got
Yeah.
20 by 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, so based on the positions, there's no way I'm getting all of them, because if I do that, then this moves this over here.
Yeah. Let's see able to squish it and make it longer.
It's a 20-foot
No.
cube, so it always has to be a cube.
So yeah, but that's not but that's not a possibility.
So I can at best hit 2 of them if I go with the QBs.
What were you thinking, Nefarious Mischief?
Yeah. 1, 2, 4. I can do that. I'm only getting 1, but it also discourages the other 2 from trying to run down the middle. Although Dawnbreaker, your move was very disappointing, you did at least save me from wasting my move, because I was going to use my Euphoria Breath, but considering that they don't breathe, that would have been a massive waste.
Yeah.
So at least you allowed me to change my plans.
Something at least, I guess.
Breaker became the scapegoat.
Well, he taught us a very important piece of information.
Yep, at the cost of a massive amount of damage bonus.
True, but I also would have used my one and only use of that, which I guess at the moment this whole fight's useless, but still. What is the reach of Shadow Paarth?
You don't really know, as he hasn't really tried to do like a general like melee attack.
Well, is he going by the general rules? Like, is he a huge creature? Or is he a large creature?
He is huge.
Huge. So, if I remember right, a large creature has 10-foot range, a huge creature has... is it 20 or 15 by default?
15, I believe.
So, effectively, I should just assume that he can reach all of this then.
Mm-hmm.
That would explain why he didn't attack me.
Yeah, you're just outside. What's the sphere drawn on the floor over here about?
The one that's not attached to anything, that's the semi-failed spell. It's still obscure, that area.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that's
Dawn's.
the-
That's Dawn's gas. Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
I'm guessing that gas will hurt me if I walk into it.
It will
Yeah.
affect you guys if you walk through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, free action their dropping is definitely happening next turn since it's only a hindrance to us now.
All right. Sorry, I had to do a lot of planning on this. So, first up, Paarth casts Expeditious Retreat on himself as a bonus action,
Okay.
and he goes Zoop. I think this is outside of his reach. I think that's outside his 15-foot reach. This
I'll pull it
pillar
up
here
for
is
you.
solid, right?
Yeah, but it's also like against the wall, like right here.
Yeah, so I can't go under it.
Also be like 5, 10, 15. So like,
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm well outside. I can zoop like this, no
Mhm.
problem.
yep, there you go.
Do you see my
Well,
path?
also like with additional reach, their breaker, it's you have to go based on where the tile ends for the model itself.
Oh.
So
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, we're supposed to be sizing it based off of his stand, because of how much the model sticks out of it.
exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
But my path there, Ace, is that valid?
100 is it 100 feet or is it?
Because I'm doing Expeditious Retreat. Oh, right, I'm not flying though, I'm only running.
Yes.
So,
So you'd
I
have
gotta
what,
rescope
like-
that. 1 second. So I have to
Okay.
stop at the 60-foot mark. So it'd be dupe, dupe. So I'd only get up to there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hmm.
Still significant.
Still significant. Now I'm just deciding between one of two different actions. Because I can either Nathir's Mischief, the two that are closest to me, that I would assume are still in the gas bubble. Or I can protect myself because, frankly, one touch and I'm down.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do that. So I shouldn't have erased that. So Expeditious Retreat. Try to actually put this on where I'm standing. I think I count as being on this tile.
Mm-hmm.
So right there, right under the lamp. Okay,
All right.
like that. So Paarth at blazing speed runs all the way over to this lamp. And then as soon as he runs over there, he mentally alerts Vlad that he's hiding, and he upcasts invisibility, making himself and Akhenaten on his back go invisible.
Okay.
So that burned a first level slot and a third level slot. Paarth is now
A third-
invisible.
Third level?
Because
Invisibility is the
invisibility is a second level spell, but I upcasted it so that I would affect Akhenaten on my back.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay.
So
Well,
Paarth
then,
has gone
for-
invisible.
Cool. For that, I'm just going to hide your character. But then you'll still have control of it, and I'll just essentially remove that when it comes to your turn again. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. So next up is Shadow Akhenaten. So let's see. Okay. So as the sort of fumes kick on in and do distort some vision, Shadow Akhenaten will exit outwards and notices that there is a closer target. So 5, 10, 15. As you see this very much like distorting, sort of like fired up, like Shadowfell, sort of like shadowed, or shadow. I'm trying to think of the best way of like. Essentially, it's more of like a necrotic but whiter and darker fire that kind of fumes across him. Kind of like Ghost Rider, but if it was blue. And Aknon's shape instead, as he's going to attempt to attack you with his fist.
Alright.
Yep. And get his bonus. What is your what is your AC?
My AC is 17.
17. Okay. $1d20 plus up. Okay, let's see what happens.
Oh,
Ooh, 23 to hit.
Ouch.
Okay. So he lands his first attack against you, which now I have to do 1d8 plus that. Okay. Let's do it. Okay, so your first attack is 8 necrotic damage,
Alright.
as he'll go for his second attack. That's a hit.
Jeez.
Oh, and that's 13 necrotic right there. That's second attack. And for your, and he will also go for a third offhand attack. Which will not hit.
Jeez.
And basically, like, as he goes to assault you, it's almost as if you are fighting against Aknon itself. And, like, his movements are very similar, with just like haymakers and sucker punches, and with like a missed kick at the end, as you kind of get used to him a little bit. But from there, it is now Norelor's turn.
Oh, this is a problem.
Duh.
Yeah.
Anyways, well, both moving now, right?
Yep. Vladimir is moving with Norelor.
Okay, 1, 2. That's about as far as she. Will it be
It would
safe
be
for
like right
Vlad?
there.
Right there?
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh, maybe like
So-
a bit more. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I'm moving my character. You gonna move your character at the same time?
I'll move it for him because it's on your turn. It restricts him. So
Alright. So he's free to move an area that isn't gonna be, direct range of the dragon.
I assume
I was
like,
thinking
right-
about right about here.
Right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, that's the Paarth path took, so.
And with that, 5, 10, 15. Okay, now the shadow version of Vlad is also, I think, shadow and also Paarth. Yeah, both Vlad and Paarth are now within the area of effect for the your spirit guardians. So
Okay, is he gonna be doing anything else as he laid the taunt bet? Oh, is that? Okay, is Vlad going to be able to do anything now that it's his quote taunt?
I don't know actually.
well, your call to action was just to move with Norelor. So that would be the only condition met in that regard.
Yeah, the only called action I had was just movement, unless if there was anything else I can do, but I don't think there is.
Yeah, I would have said, like, if you had said, like, oh, I'll move with Norelor, but then take a shot while I'm moving, that probably would have been something you could do.
I didn't know I could do
But-
that, but good for next time.
Called actions.
Yes.
You can do anything you can during your normal turn during that called action, but you need to call it out in advance.
Exactly right.
Okay. The fact that I know that article just let us pass, I'm going to use my last second level slot to call forth spiritual weapon again.
Ooh, okay. Spiritual weapon. I like it.
Somewhere downstairs, the monster's. Ah, finally, it's leaving us alone.
Thank you, God, for being merciful.
Down the lower floor in the pure darkness, there's just this entire time bonk, 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 bonk.
Right. Let's see. I just want to find the. What sort of weapon did you want with that?
Mace. Possible.
A mace? Okay. Let's see.
And
Ah, there we go. Boop. I don't know where you want to put it, but it is in your hands. Just like Allstate.
okay, this radius is to simply see how far I can make it go. What's it within range, I can say. And I'm going to say everyone.
Almost. No, yeah, just about everyone.
Healing? I like healing.
Fortunately, I don't think I got a spell that can reach you right now.
Oof.
Okay, so where are you putting the spiritual weapon at?
I want to have an attack shadow act on.
Oh.
With attempting to flank with Vlad.
Well, flanking doesn't work with the spiritual weapon because it's not a creature itself. It is just
Fair enough, then it's just a
creation.
regular attack.
Yes.
But it is holy. And they are shadow.
Yeah, so
No,
if it
it's
hits
force
us from
damage.
so if it Spirit Guardians is radiant damage.
Well, Spirit Guardians is radiant damage, but the spiritual weapon is force damage.
No, the both.
Hmm.
Radiant.
Yes.
So, 7. Please hit.
Yeet.
That's
And
what this
went
does
into the
here.
Sail Realm.
Yay!
Hey,
You
it
do.
played in your favor.
There you go. You do hit.
Okay. Damage is right, that. Shadow Realm twice. 9.
Okay. So as your spiritual weapon strikes against the side of the shadow, it takes a decent chunk away from its form, kind of leaving it in sort of like a hanged man sort of position. If it, like someone's like half their torso was gone and they're kind of slouching to the side.
Shadows rippling through the hole.
Yeah, pretty much. Like trying to connect back to each other. But it is still up.
Alright.
Anything else you want to do, Norelor?
Okay, so
I'm sorry, you cut out there quite a bit.
No, just thinking.
Oh, okay.
It's sorry, right? No, oh wait, 60 feet. Never mind.
Hmm.
I'm seeing where I can hit with a cantrip this time.
Well, let's see. Well, okay, hold on. Don't do the sphere, because that's really distorting.
No, I was just
you
saying
can-
I can hit anyone.
Yeah, you can hit anyone. Yeah.
Well, in fact, he seems to be almost down. I'll try to cast Sacred Flame and Shadow Act.
Alright. And that's a dexterity save, or is that wisdom save?
Wisdom. Leave?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
it's a
pretty sure it's a
wisdom.
wisdom.
Yeah, it's Wisdom.
Okay.
Well, it gets low but doesn't kill.
Please fail the save. Please fail the save.
Yeah, yeet.
It stopped rolling because it touched the dragon.
Nope, it's saved.
Yeah, plus 6, so 24.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
That was Shadow Paarth's fault. The dice stopped rolling.
That was the mean part.
Well,
Extra
I
main part.
movement, bonus action, and action have spent. So I don't think there's anything left you can do.
Okay. Well, next up then is Shadow Valkin, who is extra charged by the shadows.
Hmm.
And at the
So-
moment, he currently can't see.
Well, he'll walk out. so 5, 10, and from there, you see the shambling half, like, for the Shadow Vulcan, you'll see a bit more of a distortion, as it almost looks like it's a two-faced sort of situation, where it's half of the like werewolf form and then half of the like normal vulpine form, like split down
Oh,
the
wow.
middle.
Hmm.
As it like raises its hand towards you, Norelor, and casts Eldritch Blast.
Oh yeah.
So
Also, I
That's-
just had a question come to mind that I never managed to come across ever in a D&D game before.
Mm-hmm.
If a character has gone invisible, enemy or player, and another character intends to run through the path that the invisible character is, what happens?
So there is an opportunity for like an opportunity attack. Like if they're not trying to be careful and sneaking past, then I assume you can hear them running through, and it's like, wait, what? And strike at something. But it's a disadvantage because they're invisible.
No. I'm saying is like there is an enemy invisible, and I am trying to just simply unaware that they're there, path through them. What happens? Because obviously they are a obstacle, but I don't know that they're an obstacle. What happens?
If they, so do you mean like, I'm confused by your terminology of,
Okay, I try to
like,
run down a
path
hall,
through
and there's
them.
an invisible person hiding in the hall in my way, but I don't know that they're in my way because they're invisible. What happens when I try to run down the hall?
you would just smack right into them at that point.
And then mechanically, what happens? Does it force me to stop my movement and then have to make a new decision?
Yes, your movement would stop immediately as you'd feel something. You would like feel impact upon something, but it would not immediately break the invisibility, from my understanding. It has to either
so
be
they-
dropped by whether an attack goes through successful, or by the person casting a spell or attacking when they are invisible.
So it would basically count as my movement gets halted mid-movement, then I have to make a new decision of what to do, and if I try to attack, it's still a completely blind attack because they're still invisible.
Exactly.
Okay, worth knowing because you were super close to having that guy walk into me, and I was like, wait, what happens when that happens?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Shadow
Oh, yeah,
Valkin
they
was
just, like, went,
literally
like, right
5 feet
past
from
you.
bumping into me.
Yes, that is true.
So
I was like, wait,
what happens? Like, does it reveal the invisible person? Does the invisible person stay invisible?
No, it's more just like it's like the thing that's kind of unfortunate is like there just isn't a lot of rules when it comes down to like how invisibility works. So you're kind of at the point where it's like
So, performing the dodge action in a door frame is powerful, but making yourself invisible in a door frame is even more powerful because they literally can't see you, and you can just stand there blocking the doorway.
mhm.
They'd have to use an
Exactly.
AoE to hurt you.
I'm trying to look at what your bonus is though. Breaker. Is it just let's see. Character sheets all there's so many pages. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, so to +8. Okay.
Mm.
Okay, I found it.
Hey, there you go.
18 to hit, Norelor.
Yeah, that hits.
All right, and so then, that is a D10 plus 5, and it's multiple beams. So I think it's just 2 beams.
Mm-hmm. With a roll on each.
Yes. So that is 12 force damage. And second attack will go against. Oh, Oh no! Oh, that's a crit.
Who's that against?
That was against you.
You.
Monthro ring!
Oh, you can't be crit against. That's right. Well, it's still a hit with 28.
Yeah.
Alright, and then taking another blit of force damage. Wow, minimum. That's so fucking sad. Okay, so that is let's see. So that was 12 force damage on the first hit, and then 6 force damage in the second hit. And I just need you to make 2 concentration saving throws for your Spirit Guardians. Oh, are you just down?
Yep, only got 12 health!
Oh.
Oh no.
Again, we went
Okay.
through 3 battles with no rest.
Yeah.
This war of attrition
Wait.
has done a real number on us.
Just a moment there. What about the spiritual guardian damage reduction?
It was force damage, not
Yeah.
necrotic.
Ah, okay. Yeah, there. Since everything else got a necrotic twist to it, there I was thinking these would as well.
Yeah, this is the only one that's not technically in that range because it's already an Eldritch process. So, but yeah, unfortunately, you are knocked down from your attacks, and which would affect the prior one. But I'll say that you don't take the extra damage because you're already knocked down. So, which unfortunately does remove your Spirit Guardians.
Oh shit.
Yes. Next up is Shadow Norelor. And they will take their time walking forward, hitting a pot, and then moving this way. And from this range, they are going to use not a sacred flame, but a accursed flame. So, so Valkin, I need you to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy. Alright. see here. That's going to be wisdom saving throw. Okay. Plus 5. For once, actually, my bonus for saving wisdom saving throws works. Oh, actually,
And
that'd be
you-
a 21. There, I've
You
got.
do succeed.
Yay!
So the shadows that would have like kind of went around you, they just kind of fade right away. And as the shadow-esque Norelor, who I forgot to mention looks more like a drow than a half-elf, you see raises their hand up as a twinkle, a single twinkle within a kind of compressed ball of shadow kind of crackles in their hand as they smash it, and you do see some bits of the shadow of Akanon bit to repair itself.
Ooh.
As
Yeah,
they're,
that's
as they're
why I was
essentially casting.
So yeah, that's why I was trying to kill Agnon. So you want to get healed.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Though this healing is a bit different, as it's not really much of a healing word. It's more like a forced healing, so or shadow healing. So very fun practical thing. So they heal 7, as most of their form has kind of come back into being collected together. Which brings us at the top of the order. And now you have 9 turns left, as you can feel the temple itself shaking a bit more, and bits of shadow start to pour out from where you had once been underground further.
Alright. Then I'm going to shift. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm going to shift here and attack Aknon there with biting teeth and claw.
Are you sure you don't want to do that attack before you move, but so you have the flanking bonus?
I don't get flanking bonus from that thing, otherwise yes.
Oh, the spiritual weapon doesn't count as a flanking bonus?
No, it doesn't
not
count as
very
a
good.
creature.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, Norelor asked about that there, and it's a no. But otherwise, yes, I would have. Absolutely. So. Okay. Here we go. Alright. So that would be 18 and 19 for the attacks.
Both of those will hit.
Alright. Then damage die.
Remember,
Ooh.
you get 1 bite and 2 claw attacks.
Yeah.
So.
And from the notes there, 1 bite does 2d8 plus strength. That's the red dies, and 1 claw does 2d4 plus strength.
Okay, well, so I will say that from the bite, you do immediately clamp onto the neck of the shadow and rip as the entire shadow dissipates.
Yes!
Um,
Alright, I get health
I know
back.
I know that you made the claw attack, which is why I usually have to ask, like, diversify a little bit. If you want to exchange it on over to Norelor, or Shadow Norelor's character, that would still be a hit.
Yes, please. And there. Alright, so then 19 on its hit there, and 10 on its damage.
Okay, so that will go through. And you do see that there is a bit of a claw mark against the middle of the shadow's form, but it's still up and going.
Alright. So. Okay. Then since that was 10 feet of my movement there, 15 and 20 here for the rest of it, and let's see, action, bonus action. I don't think I have any bonus action really. Oh wait, hang on.
There's always the bonus offhand attack.
Yes, that's right. There. And how is that one calculated again? That's same thing but without proficiency? Or
So
how-
you add proficiency to the hit, but to damage you do not add your modifier. It's just pure dice.
Okay. I play melee so little. Okay, so let's see then. That would be, and for this that would be a claw or a bite for offhand attack. I'm guessing claw?
Yeah, it'd be your claw.
Okay. Alright, D20 plus 3 for strength plus 3 for proficiency. That's not how that works. Apparently it doesn't do 2 pluses. D20 plus 6 for the 2 of those. Oof, 13.
That unfortunately will not hit.
Dang. Well, then that is, that's it. I'm not wasting Dark One Zone luck on this thing.
All right. Well, if that is the end of your turn.
Oh, are you going
to?
So are you going to end the cloud at this point?
Oh, right. Yeah, I did say that I was going to do that as a free action, so...
Okay.
Go
It is gone.
And
Yep.
poof. Yep.
So now it is Ivan's turn, and seeing the situation and kind of just like looking back towards like with him carrying someone, he'll just be like, "I'll be right back," as he uses a free action to drop the person he is carrying, and
Wait.
he is going to rush
carrying
on
someone?
over.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I thought
he
it was given. I thought Clovis was given to Vladimir Valkin.
No. Wait.
No,
Does-
so Akhenon was being carried by Paarth,
That's right,
and then Clovis was being carried by Ivan.
yeah. Okay, I'd honestly forgotten about Clovis.
I specifically asked about that earlier.
Yeah,
Yeah, any answer?
I did.
Yep.
People gotta pay more attention to Clovis. Clovis is a cool character.
Yes, Paarth doesn't want Clovis to die, thank you.
Yes. So he puts him like down on the ground, like right in cover, and he is going to rush on over to Norelor and administer a healing touch. So, Norelor, congratulations! You gain half of your HP.
Ooh.
Okay, so she's back up to 5.
Yep, 25. And you are now awake. And he's also just going to use his action to help pick you up from the ground, too. And just be like, "No, you're right."
Been better, but thanks for the help.
Of course. And he is just going to then stay where he's at. Because that was... Well, he's still extra movement, but... That's pretty much all he can do. So, next up is the Shadow Paarth. Oh, I need to do something before the start of his turn. Let's see. No, that is not the case. So,
Oh,
Okay,
I know
well
what I know
then-
what that is.
No, you don't. You know shit.
You're talking to someone who always plays as a dragon. I know what that was.
Shut the fuck up. Here, I'll re-roll that. Oh, what the fuck?
Bye,
Yo, why
die.
am I?
Oh, that almost rolled over and became a 3.
Yeah.
Mm,
That dice was doing a moonwalk. Fuck this. Okay, fine.
Okay.
Okay, so with that, the adult Paarth will essentially walk its merry way on over and turn as he is going to. Yeah, fuck it, we'll do that. As he's going to deliver a claw attack against Ivan. Which I need to pull up the score stuff for that. Okay, so that is.
Oh.
Which is a 17 to hit.
Does it hit?
I hope
Which-
Ivan's a slippery guy.
Let's see. Ivan. Oh my god, that was like exactly to hit. That was meets it
ooh.
beats it.
Uh,
So he does unfortunately get the hit in. So it is this plus this. Oh, also plus his 6. So 17 necrotic damage is dealt to Ivan.
Oh.
He ain't doing
Uh,
good.
Yeah.
Is he?
That was like Norelor and Vlad, you could feel the like, even though that this is more like or less of a corporeal form or like a physical form itself, like this swiping of the claw feels absolutely real to you as it just smashes into Ivan. As there is an additional claw attack that is dealt. Oh wait, actually my bad. That was a bite attack. So he does the bite attack, and now he's going to attempt to do 2 claws. So that was my bad. I mixed up the dice. I was like, there's no way that's damage can be insane. Okay. First claw attack will hit. Which is this plus 6. Bro, what the fuck are these dice doing?
Way too good for you.
I'm gonna read. Well, it's just like the fact that like this dice is just spiraling, like it's just doing a little jig. I'll re-roll that one. Okay. Oh my god, so it's 12 damage. Which sets him to 1. He is very much on the brink. As a final attack is going to be laid upon Ivan.
Can we just say sound?
Ooh, what the heck was that?
Oh my god, that was a crit. No.
Oh no.
Alright, well, he's gonna have to use his one ability, so. As the final claw comes crashing down and seeing, like, Ivan in this sort of state, like, barely able to keep himself up as it is, you
hang
see.
on. I also still have my silvery barbs. Am I in the range for that? Let me double check.
You would
It's
lose
60
the
feet, right?
invisibility if you did that.
might be
Silvery
worth
Barbs
it.
is not a concentration. Oh, I would lose the invisibility because it's an attack, though. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes.
It might very well be worth it.
Also, Silvery Barbs is 60 feet. I'm beyond 60 feet at this point.
Well, let's double check because
Mhm.
you are right here.
Yeah, draw a straight line.
Nope, you're within range.
So I can't
Yeah.
Silvery Barbs it at the sacrifice of my invisibility.
That is correct.
Hmm.
Cloud of Vladimir is right next.
Yeah, is he within a 5-foot range? Is he in threat of me?
The shadow one.
The Shadow Vulcan.
Oh, Shadow Vulcan. Yeah, he is within 5 feet of you
Dang it.
because you're right here.
Yeah, which
Well,
means I
he-
can't even disengage safely without going down. I'm literally one hit before I go down. I have 7 health. Anything will take me out. And
Well,
I'm
here's the thing,
carrying
though,
another
you-
character.
You do go before Shadow
Mhm.
Vulcan.
So I'd have to use my action to disengage, which is bad because then I can't help the others.
Or you can use in different means. I mean, yeah, it's a tough decision. But it is your call if you
I've-
want to
If
save Ivan or save yourself.
if you, Paarth,
Mm.
if you did that, I have a plan to get you out of there. If you did that.
Alright. Silvery Barbs. Let's hope that wasn't a waste. So I lost my invisibility.
Yes. And what is who is the target that's going to get an advantage on their next D20 check?
Let's give it to Vlad.
Vlad. Okay. And that turned it to a failure.
Yeah.
So, and I'm gonna mark your character there, Vlad, with pink, so that you know that the next check you have is an advantage. But okay, so with that, successfully dodges a lethal attack, and now it is Shadow Vladimir's turn. Threat assessment. Let's see. Can't really see. Well, actually, there's a range. Not really a range right there. Okay, I'm gonna see what he goes for. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is a reroll. Okay. Oh, this is actually more for him. But Norelor, the Shadow Vladimir, puts away his revolvers and pulls out a ebon machete as he charges at you.
Great.
And let's go ahead and roll for attack. I'm like kind of glad that you did that for Ivan there, Paarth, because I mean, I was going to reveal that he had an endurance ability. It's called Endurance of the Void. So it's basically like the half orcs. Like if you go down to 0, you go down to 1 instead, and you can use it once per long rest. I gave that to him specifically because I knew that this would be tough for him. So, but I was
feel
like,
we're gonna need
at
it
least if he
anyway.
goes down again, yeah, I probably wouldn't need it anyway. Where is your freaking blade at? Okay,
I've got a plan, but I have a feeling it's gonna leave Vladimir in a bad spot.
Okay, so first attack against you, Norelor, is a miss, but he's going to attack again with his ebon machete,
Whew.
which is a plus 8, so
Yeah, it hits.
26. And what is the damage of your machete? It is 2d6 plus 6. Okay. Alright, so it is 2d6 plus 6. So that is 11 necrotic damage. And I need you to make a... Oh, what do I have on the notes for that? I have to like scroll through how y'all took the notes down too. So I'm like, that's the fun part about this.
Mm-hmm.
So what
Okay.
kind of save does she have to do?
I'm trying to find it with the Sylvan Cleaver. So you need to make a Constitution saving throw, which I believe is a 15. As the this acts in tandem as a Sylvan Cleaver. So if you do succeed, no other condition is dealt. Though if you fail, you will feel as if like a machete is ripping through you, causing you to have bleeding damage.
Well, guess I'm taking bleeding.
Okay, so go ahead and just keep note that at the start of your turn, until you use a healing potion or like a healing spell, you're gonna take 1d4 damage due to bleeding. And that is the Shadow's turn. Now it is time for Vladimir.
Okay, so Ace, I'm gonna run this by you real quick.
Yeah.
So
I
how
have
much
three-
bleeding?
I have 3 attacks total, 2 regular attacks and an offhand attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have 3 combat superiority die remaining, and guess what? I also have maneuvering
What?
strike.
Oh, okay.
So by targeting Shadow Paarth, Shadow Vlad, and Shadow Valkin, if all 3 land, people can get away using their reaction. Well, no, is it? Oh no, Paarth already used his reaction. No, that was previous. Or does it reset at his turn?
It resets at his turn.
Is it using their reaction, or is it just they can move now a few feet?
Let me verify.
Because I thought that was the magic of
Excellent.
that in particular thing. It didn't let them move far, but it let them just
Ally?
move.
Let's see. Use after hitting a creature. I add the superiority die to my attack's damage. Ally can use reaction to move half speed without opportunity attack from the target.
Yes.
So that means...
Yeah, so that means that Paarth cannot move.
Okay. So this can still prove very useful, though. Okay. So gonna start up with 3 attacks. 2 of them are going to be maneuvering attacks. 1 is going to be a offhand attack. First attack is going to be on Shadow Paarth with maneuvering, so that Ivan would be able to get away. Second one with maneuvering strike is going to be on Shadow Vlad, so Norelor can get away, and plus, since that effect would be on Shadow Vlad, Ivan can still get past him without provoking opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
So... Alright, so let's do first attack with the revolver. Oh, are you... How dare you?
And that was
he
against
met the
Paarth,
three
correct?
Advantage.
Oh yeah, that's right, advantage.
Yes. So one of them is with advantage. So
Hey.
That's a 16.
Against who?
Shadow Paarth.
That will hit.
Okay, cool. So that means we're gonna do. Because of that. Okay, so that is basically. There's gonna be one additional D8 added to this, so here's the initial damage.
Mm-hmm.
That's 10 plus one more. 18.
18 total damage.
Yep. And now Ivan can use his reaction to move half of his speed to get away.
Question though.
Second, second attack. Do you want me to set up the attacks first?
Yeah, set up the attacks
Okay.
first.
All right. And then next shot is going to be on Shadow Vlad.
Oh, what's with those threes?
You guys gotta
Yeah,
stop
that-
throwing dice at figures because it was going to be a higher number and then it back rolled to 3.
I'll allow you to reroll that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Then this way. Dude, what the fuck?
Nope.
Okay. Unfortunately,
All
yeah,
right.
that will not be a hit.
Okay, that one will miss. All right, fine. You know what? I'm going to pull a Norelor here. And then offhand attack with sharpshooter on...
Hit Shadow Vlad. Paarth can disengage, he just won't be able to help you again.
Yeah, on Shadow Vlad. There. I'll throw it into the void. There we go.
All right.
All right. How do you want to do it?
Ooh.
So, Vladimir, after making that initial hit with Shadow Paarth and missing the first time with Shadow Vlad, he lines up the final shot and just mutters, "Das Svidanya." Pulls the trigger, aiming for the head.
Okay. As you say that and line up your shot, before like you're able to like fire and everything like that, you do hear a faint response reply back. As you see the image of this shadow distort into a more familiar figure. And it looks to
Oh.
be the you can kind of tell just from the sheer way that this figure is built. It reaches out to you and it's just like, I will be seeing you soon, myself. As you fire the bullet right between the eyes and the figure dissipates.
Well, okay.
All right, is there anything else you want to do?
So Vladimir's standing next to Clovis, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh,
he,
yes.
would he be able to pick up Clovis and move him, like carry him?
So I would say that would be just an action to pick something up from the floor, or at least a bonus action. But since you've already kind of used it, though,
Yeah.
basically, Ivan was gonna run back over anyway
Okay.
and grab him, so
Okay.
you don't need to worry about
so-
that.
Yeah.
Shadow Vlad is
And-
gone.
Yep. Shadow Vlad is gone. Shadow Paarth is stunned at the moment.
Not
So-
stunned.
Oh, not
but
stunned, but not stunned, but
Definitely damaged.
You can break away from him.
well, yeah, you can break away from him without getting opportunity attack. Or at least that's how I'm understanding that ruling, though. Because yes, it does say for one particular person, but I don't think it would have taken into account multiple within its threat range.
Yeah.
So I'll
So
leave
it
that
would-
to DM's call.
So you would choose one ally, and that ally would use half their movement as a reaction to move away or into a different position. And since you chose Ivan essentially is just going back to take care of Clovis.
So that means Norelor is still within threat of a opportunity attack. So
That is correct. Though, the shadow is not looking too good. So, may not
Vlad
be
can't.
much of an issue.
Yeah, Vlad can't attack anymore. So the best that he could do.
He still has,
What's that?
said he hasn't moved an inch so far.
He kind of can't because he himself is prone to attacks of opportunity from Shadow Paarth.
Ah, right.
Yeah, bonus actions already used, normal actions already used, so he can't administer healing to himself. Yeah, that's literally all he can do.
Okay.
Alright.
Next up is Paarth.
Okie doke. Unfortunately, because I had to drop my invisibility with the reaction, I don't get my advantage automatically when I attack anymore, which sucks. So, since I don't have the advantage, I will need to use both my Eldritch Blast bolts just to make sure that I can push Shadow Valkin out of the way. So, I was originally going to try to drop my Aether's Mischief, but I can't do that and have the likelihood of surviving the next round. So, I am unloading my full Eldritch Blast with push effect into Shadow Valkin right next to me.
Okay. So
So-
since I know that you're within 5 feet of a ranged attack, it is going to be a disadvantage. So
Right,
but
I
go
keep
ahead
forgetting
and-
that it's going to be a disadvantage because it's a ranged attack.
yes.
In
you can
that case,
melee
I
and
can
claw.
melee with a shove, replacing one of my swipes. But I
Yeah.
just don't know if the shove is going to be strong enough.
Well, my character there in the non-transformed state there isn't exactly the strongest, so...
Yeah,
Or is
but it's
he-
half and half.
Yep.
It's got that half and half going on. So you don't know.
One sec, just trying to look at my multi-attack. The character sheet. Is that why I can't find it? Yeah, so I just need to look at my melee roll. There it is. So I'm going to bite, claw, and shove. And for my bite and my claw, I am going to activate my infused strike. So up to the
Alright.
maximum of my proficiency bonus, I can add a 1d8 force damage to my bite and claw attacks. I don't know if that means one use for all the attacks or one use per attack.
It's one use per attack.
Okay, in that case, I am going to burn 2 of them.
Okay. Well, go ahead and see if you first hit, because if you don't hit, you don't burn it. So,
Okay.
um,
So first we'll do the bite. So my
Mhm.
melee attack is a bonus of 5. Please don't miss. And I forgot the exclamation mark.
Whoops.
Please don't miss. I missed.
Bah.
Well, I'll then roll for the claw.
Hey.
I'm assuming that one
That's
will
a
hit.
hit.
So
Yes,
he
so
gets 1
the-
infused claw, so that's 2d6 plus d8, I believe. I'll double check. Yes, bonus. 2d6 plus a d8.
Yeah, go ahead and roll the damage.
And hang on, I think there's something else as well I'm supposed to be adding.
Oh, your strength.
Just my raw strength stat? Or like the
Yes.
strength bonus? 2.
So 15.
Yep. And then shove.
Wait, hold on. I'm baffled. How do you want to do it?
Oh, I actually managed to knock
Ooh.
him out.
So, yeah. So I reduced the health, so that way it would make more sense because of not complete self, or complete actual physical characters, aka shadows. I set a Shadow Vulcan at 15.
Because I am weak on health.
Yes.
Squishy Valkin.
So yeah, you one shot, you one shot them.
Alright, then in that case, Paarth goes to bite, his jaws snap right next to the Shadow's head, but completely misses. Then Paarth gives a big old swipe down, not realizing that he managed to catch his claw right on the Shadow Vulcan's neck when he was actually aiming for his chest and rip right through his throat as the Shadow collapses into the floor, disappearing.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah.
Paarth momentarily looking surprised and mildly disturbed.
Yes. And as you strike into the shadow, there's a bit more that gets revealed. As you see just like this like form of Vulcan just like grasping to its neck as it's just like essentially pouring out what like is like a fakish sort of blood, but has a real effect of blood. As it just collapses forward as one thing can be heard. Why? And it dissipates as it hits the floor.
Ooh.
Why?
Yes.
No, that made him even more disturbed.
Mm-hmm.
This,
anything
this
else you wanna
Shadow
do?
Vulcan did attack my friends, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I use my move to try to get the GTFO. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, right?
Yes. And then just as a reminder, any of that gray area by the ladder itself, that is the safe zone. So
I'm just 2 steps shy of it, or 1 step shy of it.
you're one step shy away from it, though.
Okay.
But you do have the bonus action dash, so you can use that if you want.
Oh.
No, to dash it requires your standard action. You can only do the bonus action dash if you have Expeditious
Expeditious
Retreat, which I lost focus of when I cast Invisibility.
I don't think invisibility is a concentration one, though.
Invisibility's concentration, I'm 99% sure of that.
Same, yeah.
Let me double check.
Invisibility, concentration 1 hour.
Oh, yep, you're right. My apologies.
It's the bane of Paarth's spell list. Is every spell he knows is concentration besides Mage Hand, Prestidigitation, and Silvery Barbs.
Yeah.
Everything
that is
else
kinda
costs his concentration. Oh, and Eldritch Blast, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a reaction I can't use at the moment, and I have a bonus action that I can't do much with. I'm pretty sure of that. Yeah, because I only have the one spell that is bonus. So, yep. That is my
Alright.
turn.
Well, that shadow's gone, right?
Yep, the
Yes,
Valkin Shadow's now
and-
gone too. So it's just down to Shadow Paarth and wherever the Shadow Aknon is that I can't find.
Oh, Shadow Aknon is also gone, so it's just Norelor and also Paarth.
And my character can't move without getting opportunity, right?
You're within the range of being attacked, so I would say
You
like
can
Oh,
you
there's the Shadow
can use
Norelor.
your you can use the standard action to do the disengage to safely get away. But there goes your main action.
Standard action, yeah.
It does say if I wanted my character to move here, would that cause a problem?
As long as you stay in threat, you're fine. It's when you try to leave threat.
Yeah, you're good there.
How did your whole maneuvering attack thing work? in this regard?
It'll only allow one ally to safely get away. So I would have to use 2 maneuvering strikes to get 2 people away from the same target.
Gotcha.
Okay. I assume it's obvious from looking at the iron that he's barely together.
Oh, sorry. What was that again?
Said I assume it's obvious by looking at the iron Valdimir's father that he's fairly up there, considering that he's only has 1 HP left.
Ivan just does not look good in general. Like you can see, like he's limping, like as he moves. So yeah, he's not looking too good to you.
The Shadow Paarth also isn't looking too good, so you have to decide between disengaging and running or trying to beat him down.
Give me a sec.
Yeah. Ooh, and you have the spiritual weapon still out because.
Yeah, because I don't think
works.
any concentration.
It just exists.
Mm-hmm. Yep. In general, just exist.
Alright. The information is over here. Is over in this document.
All right. So what you gonna do?
Okay, I'm just trying to see what's the is if something's an action or a bonus. No, it's an action. You know my 1-a-day heal I've got?
Yes. But did you already use it yet or no?
No, I haven't actually used it at all, so I'll use it to heal on Ivan.
Okay. Yep. So let's see. Yep. So that will it heals 50, correct?
70. I believe. Yeah, it's 70.
70? Oh, okay. So
he's doing much better now.
yes. So he's not all the way fully healed, but he does have a lot of his health back. He's like, oh, thank you so much.
My limp is
Okay.
gone.
Now with the bonus action, she's going to move her spiritual weapon to go and attack Shadow Paarth. Alright.
Okay. So
And the
go
Paarth gets a
ahead.
hammer right to the boot.
Yes.
Okay, let me add this stuff to.
Or, I forget, what was your spiritual weapon? A mace?
Yeah.
Mace, then, yeah. Right, mace to the boot.
But okay, and then just go ahead and make your attack roll whenever you're ready.
Yeah, sorry, I am keeping notes on the battles. I was updating it to include what I did. Please it. Oh, that looks good.
That will hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Whoops! Forgot something.
Yeet!
7. And it's radiant.
Okay. How do you want to do it?
Look, you're probably gonna be more creative on the spot than I am.
Okay. So, I'd say in general, with your spiritual weapon, you command it to rise up from behind, and as the shadow's head turns towards the weapon, it flies over and strikes it like right on top of the head, crashing down into it. And as the very the moment hits or so, as it's about to lose its form, you hear a voice crying as in pain, just saying "You will regret this," as it's very similar tone of Sylvan towards that Paarth would usually say, as the shadow itself dissipates.
Talk about the sing-song Sylvan way Paarth talks.
Yes.
Question: does it have a tone of you will regret this warning, or you will regret this threatening?
It's threatening but severely injured.
Okay. I didn't track how much movement it did, but rather movement going to Shadow Norelor. And now that the opportunity attack is over, she's gonna move normally.
Yeah.
And 5. Because she already had moved 5 feet to help Ivan. And since that was both action and bonus action, that'll be it.
Okay, sounds good. Sorry, I'm balancing 5 other things right now, so trying to keep it to after stream, but okay, all right. I should be okay now. I'm sorry. So, all right, so you attack it, and your spiritual weapon goes away, and then you said that there was something else you wanted to try and do, or you just kind of moved and that was it.
I kind of moved, but I used both my action and my bonus action there.
Okay, sounds good then. So, with that, that will be the end of your turn, which
Yeah,
will go
Valkin.
to...
Shadow Valkin is gone, but Shadow Lore is sadly still up and about.
Yes. And this is where it'd be a particular situation where Shadow Norelor is going to do something special as a legendary action.
Ooh.
Let's see. I have to roll a 20-sided dice. As Shadow Norelor, being more connected towards Shar than her twin sister, I get to roll a random effect on a list that I have, and either it is a spell that applies or a condition. So,
Oh boy.
Let's see what RG says it's gonna be.
yep, rolling D100.
Wait.
39. Ooh. Let's see. Okay. So, at the cost of 1d12 per target, any sort of eliminated shadows can be resurrected at their full health.
Oh.
Since Shadow Norelor is lower on health this time, and depending if she actually can pass this damage, it's going to use 2 d12s.
Ooh.
which is 12 damage, and that is actually the last bit of her health. So seeing this crackling light of just like this twilight kind of crackle within the palm of this shadow's hand, you see that 2 random shadows get fully revived back, as there is a kind of pained screeching that occurs, almost as if Norelor was actually screaming in pain, as she's eliminated. So this is 1, 2, 3. There's 4 targets that are available. So I'm gonna roll this d4 twice and see who gets revived.
Oh boy.
Okay, so 3, and then also 4. Okay. So, okay. So arising from their prior positions, as to where they had been felled, the half and half version of Valkin rises back from the shadows. In addition, you do see the crackling inferno flames of Akanon rise back into fruition, as they are now back in their respective turn orders.
Alright then. Let's see. Then for me, I'm going to use bonus action to shift my transformation into the void form.
What?
You
You're
don't have
still-
that just yet.
Oh, I don't have that just yet? Ah, man, I thought last time. Okay.
No, so right now you have your standard one, but then I said, like, I had told you to write it down just in case, because if you survive past this, you'll be able to take time to get it.
Okay. So many weeks have passed since then, I had forgotten.
You're totally
Yeah.
fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Life happened.
Okay. Well, shoot, that's not gonna work. Fine. Alright. Then I'm going to move to here so I get line of sight here on both my other self and Akanon, and launch Eldritch Blasts, 1 for each, with pushing.
Okay. Go ahead and make your first attack.
Alright.
Damn!
Nat 20!
Okay, and who is that going to?
Alright, that one was going to Akanon.
Okay, and then
Shadow
roll your
Akanon,
one.
not my Akanon.
Yes. And then
Alright.
roll to for damage.
Alright. 8, and then
Double dice. So
yeah. Okay,
8,
so 10 damage. Man, they not much, but 10 damage on him.
and he gets pushed back 10 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Is that with or without the critical damage?
That
That
is
is
the
with-
critical damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, ignore the 5 on that second roll and just add it to the 8 from the previous. I
Yeah.
rolled really poorly on those die.
Well, you have another bolt to still hit him with.
Yep. So, second bolt here.
That one also
Second
looks like
one.
it's going to hit real hard.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Well, so that's going to Valkin, though, correct?
Yes.
Which
and
is max
15.
damage.
Oh, and Valkin just went.
How do you want to do it? Yep. How do you want to do it?
Here, not again.
Yep. There's only one me. And I lance the bolt straight through his chest.
So the
Valkin, there's only one me. There's 5 of him, but there's only one me.
wow, That was fucking funny.
Yeah.
So, as your bolt crashes through and even breaks away at some of the rubble and like marble stone behind him, he essentially just kind of like looks down and is just like, he just kind of looks towards you and just dissipates with a like utter like face of shock.
I thought it was
Not
like
even the
another
words
face
to
of
describe it.
annoyance and disappointment.
Like, you bastard.
It would have been funny if we got a second. Why? Seriously, why?
Why me? Stupid
Just like the-
dog.
Just like the real Vulcan sometimes.
Why?
Hey, you've done that. You've done that before. Someone gets a good hit on you and you're like, ah, damn it, why?
Why is it always me?
I would figure this has a bit more of the dismay than the gosh dang it effect.
Yeah, it's a bit of mix. It's a bit of mix of both. Yeah, it's like a
Paarth-
40-60.
Paarth, observing from next to the ladder there, is like near the ladder, is just like he looks at the Valkins at 2 attacks and just makes the comment. I suppose you are fed up with those.
Very.
Okay, so with that, anything else you want to do on your turn?
There. Yep, I'm going to finish my movement there as I moved 5 feet to get from here to here, and because I don't have any other bonus range attack options there, so I'm just going to start hoofing it towards the exit.
Yes. Oh, don't you also get the fiendish stuff too on a kill?
Yes. However, I already have my 11 temporary HP.
Didn't you take damage earlier?
I did, but I healed after that.
Okay, well, temporary damage would still be taken from it. It doesn't get recovered.
But no. What I mean is that when I took the damage, I did not have the temporary. I got brought down to say I got brought down there, and then I was able to heal up thanks to the bite, and then I had killed there, so I got the temporary 11 HP, and that has not been touched as of yet.
Oh, okay, from the prior kill. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I wasn't sure if you remember that because I didn't recall if that was taken care of in the prior one. But
Yeah.
okay, all right, we're good. We're good.
Appreciate it though.
Yeah, of course.
All right, so
and if there
5.
isn't anything else. Oh, go ahead.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I like all of my other bonus stuff there is either cost a spell slot, which I have none of there, and already used the rod, so I couldn't recover a spell slot that way. Yeah, I got nothing for bonus actions.
Oh no.
There. Because my offhand there, I am not in range, and I could not be in range. There, so that's 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay, fine. 30. Skeleton doesn't want to move, but whatever. Alright, there's my 30.
Okay. All right, so you're just within. You need 5 more feet, and your turn there, and you're good to go. So.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Next up is Ivan, and Ivan is going to pick back up Clovis and start moving. So go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. As he essentially is going to be also dashing, since he has 40 movement speed, he'll just go up to 40. So like 40. There you go. And that is their turn. And Vladimir, you are up.
Oh, there's only one shadow left.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the most dangerous of all.
Yep.
Oh, there is still a shadow? Oh,
Yeah, The
Yeah,
Aknon
Aknon.
shadow.
Oh, I thought you popped both of them. I thought you actually popped Aknon. Never mind.
He got
no.
revived.
No,
but
I
he
thought
did
even
take...
after revival, he popped the other Valkin, but he didn't pop Aknon. Got it.
Correct.
So Vladimir just shouts to the rest of the group going, "Get going! I'll catch up!" As he draws his machete and points his revolver at the Shadow Aknon. And
Okay.
he fires all 3 shots on Shadow Aknon.
All right, go ahead and make your attack rolls.
Do I want to do... No, I'm gonna hold on to those. All right, so first normal shot. That is a 22.
Okay, let's see. So his AC applies differently to the others. aka it applies just a normal AC, what he usually have. Which will hit, but he is going to use his reaction to cast Shield, bumping up his AC that was 17. Oh no, wait, that would still hit. He'll still do it, because even though it'd be harder for the next attacks. So now it'll go to meets it, beats it.
Ah.
Okay, and then damage. That is 13.
All right, how do you want to do it?
And this will come as a complete shock to him. He aims for center mass, thinking that, remembering back that Aknon is pretty fucking tough. But he takes aim, fires straight at his chest.
Yep. So when you aim fire and everything, you see he does like raise up what looks to be like a sigil of like a dragon's head as a shield, but then your bullet crashes straight through it and hits him dead center. And as he goes to stumble, you see he reaches out and a green light emerges from his hand. And it says, "One day, I'll finish you off and bring you back to ashes," as he falls, and with like a mixture of the shadow and the green light dissipates.
Okay, since that's all the threats, I assume our characters are just gonna right get to the exit.
Well, you still do have a time restraint, so we'll keep it on combat for now. So until everyone leaves, then that'll be the case.
So would it be safe to assume that would be the offhand attack?
Oh, you want to know if you can dash?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Okay. So...
And I believe you're on turn 8 right now, so you got plenty of time.
Yeah. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. That's dashing.
All right. And if
All right.
Norelor dashes, we might all be out next turn.
Yep. Next is Paarth.
Yep, Paarth, surveying the area, decides that it is a good time for him to probably get out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
So, 5, 10, 15... And after briefly double-checking to make sure that Aknon is still well strapped onto his saddle, Paarth begins to climb.
Yep, he's still well strapped. And with that, I will go ahead and hide your character as you take your turn to escape. All right, next up in Norelor.
Yeah, actually, by the snow does not any threat. The rainy threat. She'll totally dash to try to get out of here.
Okay.
Yeah, she could totally make it to the exit with a dash.
Okay. So you make your way on over to the exit, and with the last bit of your turn, you start to climb up as well. And all right, and that'll just be your turn.
Well, yeah, that's the end, right? To get to the exit and get out of here.
Yips.
Yes.
Mhm.
By turn 7. So now,
All right.
Valkin, you're up.
And I move into the exit area.
Cool. You take your turn to climb up as well. Following behind is Ivan, who has to take a dash because he has 40 feet of movement. So it'd be 5,
Mhm.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. And he takes a little bit extra time to get up because he's carrying a body with him. But he does make it out, which leaves you, Vladimir.
I reach down and help him up out of the ladder from the other side.
Sounds good.
So he can make it based on his normal movement. So 5, 10, 15. And just before he climbs up, he looks back through the rest of this area, seeing the temple start to shake a bit more aggressively and stones begin to fall. And he just goes, "Good riddance," as he finally climbs the ladder.
Okay. As you look back, there actually is one thing that you do say after you say that. It is yet your visage of Vladimir, as he calls out to you, and it's just like, you may have escaped, but I know you are far from safe, old one. And you really see, like, as like the shaking of the temple becomes more fierce as parts of the brick and structure collapse where he's at, as you quickly escape.
And as Vladimir's climbing the ladder with those words echoing in his head, he goes, "It takes bold to know bold."
And yeah, that is the encounter. So you guys make it out safely.
We lived it.
See,
Yeah.
Laura
Hey.
probably. He said Laura would take a big, huge breath of fresh air once she's outside.
Mm-hmm. Let me go ahead. I need to pull up the correct map though. So as we are going back towards the older location. But
Yep, just look for the map you probably titled Blasphemy.
Blasphemy! Alright, let's get the nightfall going. As I'm
Blast for me
trying
and
to
blast for
make
you.
sure it's... There we go, much better. So, now I'm just going to pull your guys' models on over. Ooh. Okay. So, as you escape the crumbling temple, the honestly, like, when it comes down to it, the best sort of emotion that you have at this point is relief, knowing that it is just like, I'm so glad that we have to be rid of this vile temple.
Are we all supposed to be over at the news place?
I'm getting it set up for y'all, so it's just taking me one moment. So
Alright.
I need to also get Ivan over as well, but for some reason he's not popping up like usual, which is scary.
Yeah, once a safe distance away, Paarth's going to be very interested in checking on both Akanon and Clovis.
Yes. And as you emerge outwards from the scene itself, I will pull you guys into the board now.
All right.
So as you emerge, essentially from where the water had been pouring from the pond itself, you emerge and you just see that there's bits of droplets of water and like fish kind of like laying dead, as there's no longer actually any water nearby where the temple was at. So
Are these already been dissolved fish because of the acid water kind of effect, or do these fish look like they were swimming around in normal water?
it's more like they've been just generally like decomposed, as if they've been dead for quite some time.
Ah,
Hmm. All right. Well, might I suggest a short break before we continue on with this restroom and whatnot?
Yeah. So I think we go on like a good like 10 or 12-minute break as I'll just
Mhm.
get some water and potentially even be able to just stretch. If you guys need any food, hydration, or medicine, now is a good
Mhm.
time to do so. And from my end, I will be pulling up words on stream for you guys. So
All
uh,
right.
if you
good
want to
idea for
chill and relax,
stretchies.
yes,
Yes.
indeed.
Oh, uh, going to pause recording here for a moment.
Hmm.
Yep,
All right.
sounds
See you
good.
guys back here in about 10, no more than 15 minutes.
All right. All right, and we are back at it. Um, Sorry for the little extended break there. We had to make sure we took care of some extra stuff, but we are good to go now. Woo!
Hmm.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so for those of you who are just tuning on in now, or have been kind of in and out and everything, pretty much the party has just escaped the crumbling temple and are now essentially back in the wilds of the nighttime for the Neverwinter Woods. So,
Mhm.
with that in mind, what are y'all's first things you're gonna do?
Other than probably wanting to make at least some distance away from this godforsaken place, Paarth would be very interested in checking on Akanon and Clovis to see if he can wake either of them up in a safe
Uh,
way.
yeah, again, after making some distance from the place they just escaped, she too would like to check on the two patients, shall we say.
Probably
Mhm.
just make our way over to where we left our mule.
Yes. So you had left your meal over at the prior abandoned temple here.
Yeah, at the
Mhm.
sacrilege house.
Yes, the
Mhm.
sacrilege house.
Yes.
Actually, what is everyone's passive perception?
Let's see.
My Vladimir's passive perception is 11.
Mine is 17.
Mine is 9.
Trying to find where mine is at.
First page below ability save DC where it says senses, right below that.
Ah, what? Passive perception of 7? That's not right. What the heck happened there?
You guys probably still dealing with the exhaustion levels.
No, I don't have any exhaustion levels.
Then it'll just be 10 plus your
Yeah.
perception.
Yep. Let's see, 10 plus perception. Right, so that would be 12.
Okay. So, Norelor, you are the only person that notices this, as since when you arise, it is essentially the middle of the night. Um, Though, as you kind of look around, you do notice that there is something that is a little bit alarming within your immediate surroundings. So, you do notice that within a close vicinity that there are two locations that look to have a light source nearby them. One you can notice nearby the ruins of the temple around here.
Where the old campfire was, yeah.
Yes. And you also notice that there looks to be possibly a newer sort of or a different source that is much closer to you as you see some light emanating within this area.
Okay, I'll convey that there's two light sources and where they are to the team.
It's supposed to be.
Quiet, without, shouting it.
Mm.
So what? We have a couple of additional campsites.
That are lit, so somebody must be there, or was recently.
If anything, they're probably asleep.
Ivan does speak up as this information is told. It's like, did you travel alone with others, or is it just you all?
No.
It was just us.
Us and the mule, which we probably go grab.
I suggest we tread lightly. We are all wounded.
There.
She nods
Alright.
at that statement.
Yes, I agree for that as well. Where is your cart at?
To the south, in the old ruins. Pointing up the hill.
Okay. Well, if we prefer, we can either do it all together and make our way back toward whatever establishment or that you have, or we could try to camp around the local area, or maybe see what's going on. I don't know. It's not used to this sort of stuff.
Hmm.
Well,
Paarth
Those-
glances
item.
over and says, "Sadly, I am no longer your small stealthy scout."
No. But we can suffice here. Let's first return to someplace that's a little less out in the open. They're indicating a path for us.
All right, so all of you are just going to go back towards the ruined cathedral and be able to pick up your cart from there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
At least until we can, at the very least, have a short rest and recover some things before we go investigating other
Before you
people.
guys move too fast, I was going to say, I suggest that Paarth does a stealth check and takes lead. Because even though he's big, he has chameleon skin.
Mm.
He does.
And them extra sensory things.
Yep. I also have bonuses to perception.
Mm.
So stealth will
Oh.
survive. So this
Yep,
is at
so-
advantage.
Well, hold on. So, as you all make your way on over there, if you're going to be careful, I need everyone to make a stealth check then.
Well, we're first making our way to the mule, but I'm still stealthing regardless.
Yes. So for each person that's going over to the mule, I don't know if each other person is going to be stealthy or not. So if you are,
Mhm.
then give me a stealth check.
Oof.
Yeah.
We're all stumbling around, tired.
You know, that's something about the stealth mechanic that's always puzzled me. If you don't stealth, you effectively have basically a 10 on whether or not you're noticed. And if you do stealth and you roll lower than that, suddenly you're noticed.
Should I roll perception as well?
It is a bit
If you're trying to keep
chaotic.
an eye out while you're stealthing, give me a perception check too.
Mhm.
Yeah, so Paarth, I think, currently is winning with a stealth of 13 and a perception of 17.
Oh God, yeah, no,
Yeah, he's too tired.
yup.
And
And
there's
so
my. Mhm.
And to be fair, Norelor's extremely tired herself.
So just as well as the Dirk suggested that he takes lead.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Should I
Let's-
march up to a certain spot, Ace, or do you want me to just show you the path I intend to go?
Just stop where you're at right now. So, as you all make your way carefully over to your cart, your exhaustion is definitely kicking in, as through numerous cases you are stepping on twigs. At least for most of the party, besides you, Paarth,
Oh, hang on.
as you can be decently heard.
My apologies. Take my first rolls, not my second rolls, because I have advantage right now with my perception stealth, but I also still have 1 level of exhaustion, which makes it a disadvantage, which means they neutralize each other out, so just take my first rolls.
Yeah, I took those in account for it, but since a lot of people failed, I weighed the majority of successes over failures, so the majority of
Okay.
failures over successes. So
I just
Um,
forgot that my advantages are neutralized because my disadvantages.
yes, so you do make your way at least over to the rock itself to get a better view of at least what might be around. Unfortunately, it is dark for all of you, and there's not too much you're able to see besides what you already recall. But you are able to kind of make it up and continue your way on over to the cart. So you can move yourselves nearby the cart if you want.
Okay, so we see nothing nearby at the moment.
Nope. You just see the normal nature that's around you.
And Vladimir is intentionally moving this slow because he is this tired.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just snapped at this to be quicker.
Paarth is standing guard outside.
Okay. And then go ahead.
Vlad just gives Paarth a gentle pat along the neck and head for a
This is-
brief moment.
There's just the smallest of contented rumble from Paarth, but the dragon looks very tired. He lays down with Aknon still on his saddle.
And Vlad stays put with Paarth.
Here. Seeing that neither of them come inside, there I step back out. Why don't the two of you come in? There are plenty of cracks in the walls for you to poke your head out to survey the area, Paarth. You really, it would help hide you and not really restrict your vision of anyone approaching.
Paarth nods, although tiredly, and slowly gets back to his feet to walk over.
Alright,
Shift
and then
is
are
the
you
one
guys-
for the precise thing. Yeah.
And then are you guys just taking like a long rest here, or?
I think they're just trying to collect the wits and whatnot.
So you said it is night.
It is.
Yes, it is past midnight. So like,
Then
yeah.
So we have to decide: do we rest, or do we go and find out what these other camps are, in fear that somebody might investigate us while we're sleeping?
Eh,
there. Well, I think it is best that we try and get some sleep. Post up watches in there, double them if we need to. We have enough bodies now, and investigate the other camp in the morning. If we tried to sneak upon them tonight there and they weren't necessarily hostile, then, well, they might turn so.
Paarth will look over to Norelor and quietly ask her to take Acnon off of his saddle and make sure that both he and Clovis are put somewhere where they can recover.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and try and make some of the laying flat and whatnot. She's too tired to consider herself able to make an accurate medical assessment at the moment.
Yeah. And let's see. I am going to, before beginning my rest there, do a ritual cast of Find Familiar and bring back Hoots. The last
That would
round
be
of
very
my
helpful.
charcoal and herbs.
Let me bring out the hoots.
Yes.
And what we're seeing is correct, right? There's a little fireplace with a chimney.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and give that boy to you. And
Alright.
I will give him flying.
Sweet. And I'm going to have Hoots post up on top of the chimney there, just like a normal owl would.
You're just gonna have him sit up there and that's it?
And he's going to be on guard, watching the whole area. And occasionally making some circuits around as if searching for prey there whenever he's actually doing a wider survey of the area.
Okay, sounds good.
Mhm.
Anything else you guys want to do before you do your schnoozing?
There.
There is once Acnon is off of
Paarth?
Paarth's back. Vladimir looks over to the rest and just kind of whispers, "I will need a few minutes before I rest. Head.
Although she does not.
I will be at other side of building. I won't be outside of walls, but just a little bit past." As he points in like this general direction.
Hmm.
So
Mhm.
Paarth
right
kind
around
of
in
cranes
here.
his head to look, but doesn't object.
Yeah.
So once Acnon's off, he just slowly makes his way over there. And once he gets around the corner, he's going to pull out that little wooden cigarette box. Pulls out one of the cigarettes, lights it, leans against the wall and sits down and just smokes it.
No, not death sticks.
No.
Oh no, that sticks. Could be a concentration check so you don't get lung cancer.
What the fuck?
No,
Constitution?
no, I'm just joking.
But
Great. In a
this
few
would
years' time, we'll have Smoker's Lung, Vlad.
I'm gonna make an investigation check.
but he needed that after that fuckery.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. So
Meanwhile, Paarth, who has a exhaustion point, he watches with his head on like resting on the windowsill for a while, but it's evident that he didn't last very long before he started to fall asleep.
Right.
All right. And this is a long rest, just to double check, you guys, or are you doing short rest?
Absolutely long in Paarth's case because he's fried everything, including he needs to get that exhaustion point away.
All right. And as I said, we'll be doubling up watches here. Plus, Hoots does not need to sleep.
Okay. Then go ahead and just let me know the order of which you want to do your watch at, and then I'll start having you guys do perception checks, and we'll go through the night.
I would suggest you do Paarth first because he's going to be the least likely to last very long.
And there. All right.
Unless
There.
you want to wake up the Dirk last, up to you.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. There.
Then have Paarth last.
And since Vladimir is still going to be awake, smoking a cigarette, he'll probably be first.
Okay. And then.
Sorry, Dad. I was just thinking.
Right. Then, let's see, how about having Norelor stay up with Vladimir, and Valkin and his father will take second watch, and then Paarth will be up there next. And then...
Yeah, then Paarth and the
Like
mule can watch.
Sure. I mean, two animals, their animal instinct and all that. Mules are very perceptive about things coming up behind them.
Okay, yeah, they can be actually.
And then by that point, maybe Clovis or Aknon will have woken up.
Definitely it's magic based, so they aren't just gonna wake up on a whim.
What's magic based?
The conditions of Aknon and Clovis.
Oh, like they're being knocked out?
Well, you don't know about Clovis's condition. You just know that he's just generally knocked out in general. But definitely, you could tell that there is a magical influence that is definitely affecting Aknon a bit more. So he's probably going to need to rest for a few days, especially since he has a exhaustion of let's see, 3. So because of those weapons and everything. So, but yeah. So you guys do make for a long rest, keeping guard of the local area itself, and so basically each person is pairing with the owl to do a check, or is it like 2 people at a time?
I believe it's 2 people at a time.
Yeah. 2 people are watching, and Owl is also there and giving its watch or aid,
Okay.
however you then think is best for that.
Yep. Do you want people to do their roles for each watch?
I was just trying to ask that. So yes, the first 2 people that are on watch, go ahead and give me their perception rolls. And just mind you, if you do have exhaustion right now, you do have that with disadvantage.
It's
Vlad does not have the actual exhausted condition.
Then you're good to go.
So
just double check. Once I get to my turn, I can assume that I have had my full rest. Full rest removes 1 exhaustion stage, and you roll your full hit dice to recover.
Yes. Though if you're going to be keeping watch throughout the night, it's not going to be fully recovered just yet. So you still will need to make the check with disadvantage. Though after the long rest, then you'll be able to.
I'm on last watch, so doesn't that mean that, I've already done it? Because I'm awake for literally the last part when I wake people up.
Yeah, you know what? I'll allow that. So I'll say that you can get rid of it.
Okay. Because technically I'm doing a full rest, and I'm the first one to wake up while the rest of the party are doing their delayed rest. Because the first team is starting their rest after first watch, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
Okay. So you guys do your rolls, and I will wait to do my recovery until after everybody has done theirs.
Nice.
17.
Okay, so the first two,
Norelor and Vlad.
yeah. Yeah, I was just double checking.
Yep. And that should cover 2 hours of your watch.
Nice.
Hey, very good. So, yep. So as you keep your general watch, there really isn't anything that goes on throughout it. Even though within your tired state, you're able to stay very vigilant on watch itself. The only thing that you do notice is that near the end of your shift, Norelor, you would be the only person to spot this because the DC for it was 20. But you notice that the light in the distance, one that's more specifically in both the locations that you pointed at, you can kind of see that their light fades. But other than that, you don't see anything else happen.
Okay, so mention this to Vlad. Looks like both lights are out now.
Yeah, it looks like by the sound of it, their campfire extinguished naturally.
It goes, quite possible. Should still be careful though.
With that, when it gets close to the end of the watch, he takes the final drag of his cigarette and just presses the lit end against the stone to extinguish it, to make sure it's fully extinguished. And he takes the paper filter end and he tucks it in a what would have been an open pouch, so he's not littering.
I needed that.
Goes, that was. Let's just go with intense.
Well, that's putting it nicely. That damned duplicate tried to fuck with me again.
Goes,
Okay. Well, if there isn't anything else, then you guys can you go through the rest of your shift without noticing anything else, and you wake up the next 2 people to go for your shift.
Yeah, so Noel mentioned that the 2 lights are out now from the other locations.
I'll have Hoots give a long path there as if he's on patrol for prey, and fly over their camps. See what he can see and hear.
By the time Vladimir is getting ready for himself to go to sleep, he can see that Paarth has partially curled up into a big scaly ball.
All right.
Vladimir just kind of ponders a second and goes,
Yeah, you know what? Screw it.
as he walks over and kind of nestles himself into like what would be the opening of that curl.
Vlad has himself a big scaly blanket.
Yes.
There you go. You are completely encased in wing.
Yay!
Yep, warmth from all sides.
Mm-hmm. All right, and then you're going to be on watch with your father. Is that correct? Or
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and who's taking a big old owly investigation.
okay,
Yes.
then I need you to give a perception check with Hoots, along with
Mhm.
yourself.
All right. So Hoots, they're referencing the owl. There does have advantage on this kind of check. So, right. Ow, right. Doesn't let me do anything whenever that is up for. All right. So it's 2d. No, that's right. Let's see. So it's d20 plus 3, and I roll this twice for him. 21. And
Okay.
second one, check for crit. There, no, 21 on his pass.
Okay, and then what about for you?
For me, there. Perception, here we go. And I'll go ahead and use the last luck point for today. And re-roll that.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah.
You know you're
Well,
rolling as the owl, right?
oh, yeah, well, it doesn't matter too much there since I've used the differing bonuses
Hmm.
there for it. But, so, yeah, apparently I'm not seeing much of anything as myself. But Hoots sure is.
Neither is your father, so um so as the second shift begins, kind of keeping your eyes within the general locations of where those campsites were at. Um, a little bit of the exhaustion kicks in for both of you, as it's kind of hard to keep a good focus for a long time without, having the desire to pass out yourself. As it was a very rough, like absolutely rough, sort of opportunity for you, or not even opportunity, but like just general time. But you do kind of ponder a little bit of just how long has it actually been since you initially went on in to the temple itself. It just looks like it may have only just been for the day, but it feels like that you've been in there for much longer, though it's hard to tell.
I'd like to look up at the moon there and see if there's a big change in how much it is showing, and see if I
Yeah.
can get an idea of if it's like it's basically the same as last night, or
Yeah, go ahead and give me a nature check.
nature check. All right. Yeah, Nope.
Nope.
it was so close to being something better.
Well, the one thing that you can tell is that it's hard to see the moon with all the stars in the sky in the way. So
There's a moon up
it's-
there.
you just can't figure out where it's at. You don't know. You thought you saw it at one point, and then you realize it was just another star, and then you're like, okay, I think I've got it now. That's where the moon's at. And you're like, wait a minute, did we go back a few days? No, that's not right. That's just another star. So much so that it leads you into the rest of your shift, not noticing anything. And who was up next for shift?
Then it would be Paarth and the mule.
Real quick, what
But
did
My
mainly
mic was
Paarth.
muted. Yeah, Paarth and the mule.
Okay. Then for Paarth, go ahead and give me a perception check, and I'll roll for the mule.
Want me to do that first or roll my rest?
Well, so you're not gonna get the full long rest effect now. You're just gonna get the condition removed of exhaustion. So go ahead and just roll for the perception, like you did recover it, and then you can give the full recovery. Okay.
Okay. In that case, one sec. Perception check, right?
Yes.
Yep.
And Hoots was ignored.
Wow, that was a crap roll. Twice.
Yep.
Okay. And did you still want to roll for Hoots or no?
Yeah, I did. He got a 25 during my, or a 21 there during my watch.
If you want him to go for a separate watch, I'll just need you to roll again.
I can now. What Renewza and I were asking was, when he did his circuit with that 21 perception there, what did he see?
Didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
Okay.
But
No
usually for
people?
each separate.
Mhm.
Here, let me finish. So, during your block, there wasn't anything that you had noticed, nor did Hoots notice during that watch itself. And if you're
Okay.
wanting to continue having Hoots watch, I would just need a separate check.
Yeah.
Within that specific block.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Last time, whenever I had said that Hoots goes on a circuit there to overfly the camps, there, that's what the white line was up there for. He had gotten a 21 on that, and we never got a resolution of what he didn't see over the camps.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. It's just like in overall during the watch, you don't notice anything, or neither does
Mhm.
Hoots.
Okay, yeah,
So,
there.
That's my bad. I didn't say it properly. I should have said, "Oh, you along with Hoots."
The piece of valuable information out of that, though, is so no people and the campfires are out on both locations.
That's correct.
Okay.
Ooh, okay, well, the lack of people there is concerning.
Okay, and as for
Indeed.
Paarth's watch, he rolled a 12, and I don't know if that 18 is for the mule or not.
It is.
Yep. So, Hoots is going to also be watching this around here as well. There, so, and I'm going to order him to kind of take more tighter concentric circles around here, since apparently nobody was at the camps that the fires died out in. So that means that people are not there anymore.
Okay. Go ahead and make your check then.
Mm-hmm. All right. 14 on the first, and because of his advantage, 16.
Okay. During the third block of your long rest, let me see. Okay. So within this third block, the nighttime just kind of stays still for a moment, as you don't really hear anything. It's like pure dead silent. Before there was like the chirping of like birds and like other like skittering of like wildlife or so, but now there's nothing to be heard whatsoever.
That would
It's
definitely
almost
start disturbing Paarth.
And you do kind of keep your eye around, though for you, Paarth, even though that you feel a little bit better from when you originally rested, there is still like some sort of like sleepiness that does hit you at some points, but it doesn't fully distract you from being able to keep a good watch. You and Hoots, along with the mule, don't sense anything within the general vicinity, and at that block ends. So next would be your last 2 hours of your long rest. And so, is there anyone else that's going to be watching, or just you're going to keep it going?
Oh,
Here.
does a night require 4 watches?
Oh, I didn't know because you were breaking it up by 2. So did you want to like break it up by like 2.5 hours or like 3 hours or so of watch?
I thought we were breaking it into thirds and then 2 watches, 2 watches, 2 watches.
Oh, okay. My apologies then. So, yep. So I'd say you go through all of your watches without anything really being seen, and you make it towards the new day. And you also get the benefit of a full rest. So you can go ahead and
Alright.
fully recover your health and your spell slots. And I'm going to change the attitude of this.
Yep. Paarth did a full heal.
Wait, why'd you roll those dice?
That's what I was trying to ask you earlier. When you do a full rest, how do you roll your hit die to get your health back?
You don't. You just recover your full health.
That was the thing I was looking for. Okay. I was like, do I just roll all of my hit dice? How does that work? Okay.
You have been playing the more complicated versions of D&D recently.
I do distinctly remember having to roll literally all my hit die and was always mad because my hit die wasn't enough ever to get me a full heal.
Oh, that's because that was the short rest.
No, that wasn't just the short rest. It was even full rest. So I wasn't able to get all my health back. I just kept rolling that badly.
No. You should have just been fully healed. No, I
don't know if it was this game, but it was something I distinctly remember, which is why I asked earlier, because I was like, I don't remember again which is which. Part of the problem is GURPS, Pathfinder 1st edition, Pathfinder 2nd edition that I barely touched, D&D 3.5, and D&D 4 I did briefly, and then D&D 5. I'm super confused. All the rules have just got all blended together, and it's a mess.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're all similar enough that you can't compartmentalize them.
The general way I kind of have seen 5e described as is, okay, take all the other rules there and then boil them down to what gives the player the more or the less adversarial condition here for any given scenario and the least complicated. That's 5e.
More or less, yeah.
But yep. So you do awaken through your slumber, feeling a lot more revitalized. And as you wake up in the morning, to those who are nearby, Paarth and on kind of more towards the primary entrance side and nearby the cart, you do notice that a prior knocked out Clovis and Akanon are now fully awake. Still feeling a bit groggy, as you can tell, but they are awake. So
Also,
you're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right?
no. Also, during the night, everybody would notice that all their blood stains are gone, because Paarth, while he was on watch anyways, was casting Prestidigitation.
The Prestidigitate. Hell yeah.
Yes.
Prestidigitate, yeah. But
yeah, that one.
Any case, yes, so we see waking up Akanon and Clovis. I will let them make a response first, but there is a big red-orange kind of fairy, kind of pseudodragon thing laying in the corner of the room.
You do see that like Akanon like slowly gets up first or so and just like essentially just like grabs his head. You can see that even from waking up, the effects of the weapons that he was struck with still kind of feel like he's affecting him, as the more prominent red from his scales is still like a sickly sort of red, almost as if like the color's been stripped away through most of it. And you do see like some still like black crackles against the scales as well, as he just like slowly gets up but stumbles a little bit. He's like, "What? Where are we?" No.
There, you're, let's see here. We are out. There, we pulled you from a dungeon of sorts. Temple.
Wait, I was dragged out?
There. Yes. There. Paarth lifted you and carried you out himself.
Cute
Ugh.
Clovis being very confused at this very moment. Because don't forget, the last thing Clovis saw, Paarth is a pseudodragon, and Valkin just nonchalantly said, "Oh yeah, Aknon got carried out by Paarth."
Yeah. So as Clovis wakes up in that regard too, he's just like, "Oh, it's you all again. I didn't think I'd see you again. Could I be told as to what happened? I have no idea where we are."
Oh.
I assume you just recall the same info.
Go ahead, Norelor.
The dragon in the corner of the room, upon giving Clovis a few moments to sort himself out, although in a much, much deeper tone than Paarth used to have, Paarth sings one of the bar songs that Clovis used to always do in one of the very first songs that Clovis taught Paarth when he was in training. Like, just like how he used to as a pseudo-dragon, he literally burbles out the notes.
So as they stagger awake, they do notice the larger size of Paarth, and Clovis is a bit more like, just I just woke up and I feel like shit. Like, I have no idea what's going on, but if that is Paarth, then there must have been at least a week or so, or months to pass by. And then, let's see. I know that Norelor, you asked a question too, right? Was the last thing that you remember? Okay.
Mm.
Aknon just kind of like stands up a bit more firm. He's like, well, the last thing I remember is us entering on in and being in the midst of the fight of those cultists, and when I was knocked out, it was due to the shadows. I could feel multiple stab wounds across my body. As you can definitely see, like, there is a lot more damage to his clothing than before when you were in the midst of that combat. As you can, like, he even like kind of reveals some areas too, and there is severe like afflictions of like just black marks, and like almost as if like there's been like multiple lacerations and a black ichor is pouring from them. It's like, yeah, I hate dealing with Shadow Priest.
Well, that, you said that the black ichor is still pouring from them?
So it's, even though like there seems to be evidence of lacerations, like there is still some sort of ichor that pours from like his scales, and almost as if like the wound's been healed, but there's like something still like pussing outwards.
Oh, so you mean weeping? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pouring is like I'm going to bleed out. Weeping is the fun crusty stuff while you're recovering.
Yeah.
I don't know that terminology, so it's like lightly dripping.
Yeah.
So,
So weeping is the word you're looking for.
I'm not a medical professional. I'm a nerd on the internet. But Clovis's response to that question too is, you must have been there lot less time than I have, as I haven't seen you since you were essentially trotting your way through Phandalin. And from there, I was pretty much just helping out in any other regards and keeping watch of you all. Until one day I was knocked out, and here I am.
Paarth kind of makes a wide-eyed, slight head jerk backwards kind of expression, seeming to work out that Clovis has been out for quite a while.
Yeah. To put in perspective, from the time of when you freed Phandalin and Clovis had left to now, it's been about like a month or two. So it's been quite a while. So somewhere within that range, he has essentially had no memories of what's occurred.
Hmm. Well, let's see how to best describe this. We went into a temple of Shar, and after hearing that the shadow Vladimir had taken taken up residence there and hold my father down there, and then we went in. Battled several shadow creatures and priests who, one of which decided they would rather throw themselves into a black ichor like substance there and die that way, as opposed to having the opportunity to continue living. We found the three of you in a holding cell in the temple, unlocked it, pulled you out, and Paarth carried Aknon, and between myself and my father carried you, Clovis, as we ran out as a shadowy substance that seemed to swallow everything and nipped at our tails.
Oh, not only that, but we had to fight our way out.
And there, more shadow beasts there, and apparently shadow versions of ourselves. And thankfully they were far weaker in structure than any of us were, but were still deadly when it comes to their abilities to harm.
Also, Norelor said something if you want to respond to that, Ace.
I know. I was just about to. So as you were kind of recanting the night, or at least you think is the night itself, as you couldn't find the moon from it. Norelor, I need you to give me a medicine check, as Aknon will allow you to take a look at the essentially the ichor that is weeping. Is it weeping?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Weeping from his body. So go ahead and make a medicine check for me.
Easy way to remember it is think of weeping like crying. You know how like you can only squirt water so fast out your eyes, right?
Hell yeah. Also 22. Okay. So you can tell that I'm trying to find the best way of phrasing this. Okay. So as you assess the prior wounds, you do see that there is at least the beginning of a scar to be set within most of those areas. So there has been like actual healing in the body has been done. though you notice that essentially this looks like it's a foreign entity that may have been caused by the magic imbued in the blades to essentially drain the life consistently of the those who are damaged with those ebon blades. And you do recall, at least within your general practices, this was something that's not often taught within the Temple of Saloon, but for you were given a special case due to your more proficiency within it, as you do recall these sorts of weapons being used by followers of Shar. Not very often, more of like a rarer thing, but you do know that at least their weapons were not dealt to kill, but were more dealt to exhaust in order for sacrifice. So you at least know that if proper rest is given without interruption, then essentially the body will fight away at the infestation, so long as the actual immune system is good to go.
So, yeah, so it goes. As long as you're able to get a proper rest, these should heal on their own. Given time.
He gives a nod and is like, "Thank you, appreciate it."
Meanwhile, Paarth just quietly stoops himself around to get closer to Kovus, in which Kovus can feel Paarth's breath on his face as the dragon takes a few sniffs at him and then just gives him a gentle headbutt into the side of his head.
Ow. Okay. As he gives you some scritches near the top of your head, near your horns.
There's a very familiar but much deeper rumble from Paarth.
Well, I assume that this is a longer story as well, says Clovis.
No, let's just say some things have happened since we've last met.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I think that our best chance would be to just get to a more safer location and just take our time to recover. And I doubt that any sort of threat that we at least have at this moment is going to rest upon us. So we should take every chance we get to be in top condition.
Perhaps back at your hut there, Eknon.
Yes, I agree. Aknon nods and says, I definitely need to make sure that I get some good rest there, and it should hopefully be nearby any other settlements and towns, so if you need to stock up on anything, then it'll be the best location to be at.
And if I recall correctly, I believe, Norelor, you and I still have training to wrap up.
Yes, but I would say that's after we get to a safer location.
Well, duh. Of course.
Paarth sits down slowly and glances out into on the way and comments in common, so his voice is quite gravelly. I also suggest that we look ahead at those two camps. We do not want to find out that there is unpleasant company waiting for us. This also will probably get poor Clovis to be confused, because now Paarth has a tongue.
I'm just going to leave my comments for later. And Paarth is right. So, I can scout out one of the areas if someone else wants to assist in scouting ahead, and the rest of you can go ahead and pack on up as we can get out of here quickly.
Duh. Well, let's see here what we find at those camps.
Oh, and before we go, Clovis just kind of stops everyone. It's like, I do apologize for what I've done against you all. I kind of now, well, I very much now see the error in my ways, and if you need any assistance with stopping this potential threat of, your doppelganger and whatever sort of crazed thing that your uncle is under there, Valkin, since I knew about that sort of information long before, then I'll be at your service.
I give him a bit of an appraising look there. That will be appreciated. There is
I'll have-
much that will need to be done in
We
order
all-
to set things right.
Sorry. We all have grown and changed significantly. We all have a common goal now.
All right. I'll start off with the more open area, and if anyone wants to scout out the more of the brush on the where's the location? Near the northwestern side, then we'll be okay, and should be able to scout it out pretty quickly.
She
Paarth will
looks up.
volunteer.
She looks at her hoots. Do you think that bird could get a decent view?
And there. Hoots? Da, I will send him ahead.
All right. So, I know that Paarth, you said that you were going to search the location. Was there anyone else wanting to search the location itself, or?
Vlad's gonna look over to Paarth and goes, "I can join too if need be."
Paarth casually hands Vlad his saddle.
Right.
Sorry, I got pulled away from Vlad. I got pulled away by Fahalrin. Say that one more time.
Paarth casually handed Vlad his saddle, aka suggesting that he
yeah.
saddles up.
Oh, right. We had to pull that off in order to get Eknon off. Right. Okay, let's get this on ya.
And Vlad goes to strap the saddle on Paarth, taking his time, making sure that everything's snug, and he then saddles up on him.
Yep, the advantage of having Vlad riding on Paarth is if they're friendlies, they won't panic because it's a humanoid on a dragon. If it's unfriendlies, they'll panic because it's a humanoid on a dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
It kind of has that interesting juxtaposition of it makes Paarth simultaneously less scary and more scary in the right ways.
Okay, so then just to make sure that I have everything correct, it's just so Paarth and Vladimir, you're gonna check out the more area with the brush, aka more in the dense thicket.
Yeah,
And
where the
then
tower is.
Yes, and then Clovis is just going to check the other location.
Yeah, it sounds like Clovis
There's
wants
no
to
one
check
who-
the more open campfire, and as we know from Clovis, Clovis is master at moving stealthily. We would just drag him behind if we tried to help.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay.
So
Alright.
with
And-
that,
And Hoots is kind of going ahead there, and I'm going to look through his eyes to see if there's anything of note there for both of the camps ahead of our more in-depth scouting party.
okay. So with that, unless there's anything else that anyone wants to do, then I will require Paarth and Vladimir to be placed around here.
Okay, so jump ahead all the way over there.
Yes.
Yeet.
And I'll require a perception check from the both of you.
Okay. Perception. Just the fact of the tokens just going, what?
That
Just
followed by
"Whoa!"
Paarth landing on top of Vlad.
That is 16.
And 13. I am doing shit for perception, despite the fact that I have advantage in this.
Mhm.
Yep.
Also, I'll require one from Hoots as well.
Yep, that is
I
his
will-
first roll and his advantage roll. 17.
Okay. And I do know that Clovis is going to use a stealth, and then he is going to use a perception.
And
And oh my god, I forgot how much of a skill monkey he is.
yeah.
And a quick question to Aeros. Does Vlad suggest that they approach nonchalantly or quietly?
Okay, he's going to use his ability. Okay. There we go.
As
And-
Vlad is,
Perception.
go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. I was just rolling the perception other skills, so you're good.
Okay. Vlad is going to kind of assess it a little bit and go off of the idea of approach cautiously yet nonchalantly, if that makes sense.
Yep, so in other words, Paarth will trot then. Okay.
Yeah.
So he's going to go along this way. Let me know, Ace, if you need to interrupt us at any point.
Let's see. Yeah, so from where you're at right now is a good location. So I will first describe over to where you are at, and then for you, Breaker, I'll describe what essentially happens over in the other location when you're swooped over there.
Yep, and I did make a second set of rolls there for Hoots since he was scouting in location 1 and 2 before the parties arrived to give them intel.
Yeah, and Hoots would
Like,
absolutely
you know.
arrive to the second site before Paarth would, because Paarth is saddled, ergo he's moving at his walking speeds. So Hoots would get there way before Paarth.
Yes, that will definitely work. So, wait, so what was the There's a lot of rolls there for you, Breaker. So which one is?
So
So
the
which one's for the?
17 is for the one that Aknon is going to, the kind of camp in the ruins.
Clovis.
Or Clovis. I thought Aknon. Oh, no.
No, it was Clovis.
Camp in the ruins. There is 17. And then camp in the trees area is 22.
Okay. All right, give me just one sec. Okay, those should be good.
Mm.
Sorry, I'm just getting more messages from my sister. So.
Ah.
Fucking all right, whatever. Okay, so with those checks in general, we'll start off with the. So is Hoots going over to where Clovis is at first, and then going over to the location where Paarth and Vlad are?
Correct.
Okay, so if that's the case, I'm just going to start an over with the first location, just to make it easier, more circles around and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So, Breaker.
Yes.
As you are looking down at the ruins itself, you see like Clovis is going really quick. almost as if like he's gliding across the grass. But no real noise is actually even being heard from him at all. As he scours the entire area and pretty much just kind of looks around, and he looks up and notices the bird and everything, and he gives like an A-OK symbol, as he was able to scout out the area in a matter of moments, and seeing that there's no immediate threat. So,
I can't even find
he's
Clovis.
he's right here by the fire. So, but he is going to just quickly make his way back. He's right by the fire of the
other camp, because I'm looking there, I don't see him. Oh,
Yeah.
maybe the game's not showing him because none of the players are nearby.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would probably be it.
Yeah,
So,
either
but
that or he never got moved on to. I mean, yeah, whatever.
He did. I'm grabbing him right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
This is
we
probably
just
just a
can't see him
vicinity
because
sort of thing.
he's not a player character, so we don't have a sightline on him.
Well, you can't see him because you're not within sight.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
now
just
I can
that
see him
like
because
the
Hoots is
trees are
over him.
blocking. Yeah.
Mhm.
There you go. So, okay. And with that, he basically starts making his way back on over to the camp itself. As we make it over to the others at the makeshift lodge or the makeshift camp. When you arrive at this location, you notice that within the dense thicket, a kind of mix mash sort of like watchtower is embedded into the tree of this location. You do see that a just standard overgrowth of what looks to be staircase is on the far end of the tree, as the rest of the construction itself seems to just kind of be relatively old. And you do see that the fire within the fire pit itself is just mainly just cinder at this point. There does look to be just a bit of some random stuff kind of on the floor, mainly just stuff that would be in a like sort of kits that would be for cooking utensils, or like any sort of utilities sort of gear that looks to be used and kind of just left there to be forgotten. And it does kind of indicate that there may have been someone there last night.
Paarth slowly moves up to investigate a little closer, see if there's anything that looks notable, because obviously if the cooking equipment's left behind, the person might still be around.
Yep. And you do see that there's a tent underneath the actual watchtower itself, so there might be someone. You do see it is closed up and almost as if someone kind of closed it up and zipped it up or so that way they can go in. Then there is also, of course, the watchtower as well that you see.
Paarth gently nudges Vlad to see if he wants to vocalize, because naturally if he does, that will probably scare the crap out of somebody.
Vladimir takes a moment to, through the telepathy link, mention to Paarth, do you smell anything else other than fire and wood and potential food?
Paarth tries to get another good whiff, but I don't think I can roll my perception again, so do I just take my existing score?
Yes.
So does Paarth smell anything other than, campfire and food? Like, what critters do I smell?
Besides the general wildlife, you do sense smell the presence of what looks to be a few humanoids. Kind of looking around and getting a better sense, you do see that there are 3 that look to be in the tent.
Paarth will relay this information rather bluntly, just simply indicating that he can smell at least a few different humanoids in there.
And at that point, Vlad will instruct Paarth to take a few steps back, and that he was going to vocalize. And once they do, Vladimir is just going to call out,
Excuse me. Is there anybody in there?
You don't hear a response initially.
Hmm, They must be
If
tired.
Paarth might give them a few moments just in case it's people going, oh crap, and probably donning stuff.
So you just wait like a minute or so before calling out again.
Unless Vlad suggests otherwise.
and after the moment passes, he speaks up one more time, going,
Is there anybody in there?
Paarth tries to maintain a at ease yet cautious stance,
Mm-hmm.
aka non-threatening.
After your second attempt at calling on in, you do see a little bit of shuffling that occurs within the tent as two hands kind of pop on out from the tent, and you hear a familiar voice. One that is quite surprising to you, and also provides a little bit of nostalgia, especially for you, Vladimir, in all the right ways.
"Oh no!"
Hmm.
As the hands raise out, a voice is called. Oh, sorry about that. We're just getting a nice little slumber here.
Knew it.
As you spot DeMarco, who seems to be within a general, very casual, nice clothing that is like kind of for pajama wear. Like, oh, it's you! Oh, Vladimir, I presume, correct?
Da! It is very much a surprise to see you out here.
Oh, ever since you brought my crew back together, we've been traveling around for a bit, and I heard there was some pretty good stories going around this location.
Paarth just makes a soft little chuffing sound, deciding to not make too any vocalizations that might scare him.
Vlad just goes, You could say that. You could say that.
Well, if it's any consolation, we've still got plenty of food if you want some. I could even introduce you to the crew if you know what I mean.
Actually, you know I'm not the only one here, right? The rest of my group is not far from here. Perhaps I can lead you guys over.
That's fantastic. Yes, bring them on over. We'll tell you all the stories we've had since you were gone.
Paarth telepathically pings Vlad with a question about the other campfire.
And Vlad just kind of ponders for a moment, and he goes,
We're still packing our stuff at the other camp, so we'll be a few minutes before we bring our crew over.
Oh, that's completely okay. Take as long as you need and don't rush things, if you know what I mean.
The thing that Paarth was trying to ping Vlad about is we should ask him about the other campfire we saw.
"Oh yeah,
Oh, actually, before I take off, there is one question I do have for you. There's another campsite that's not far from here, about
West.
south. So,
Oh, south.
west.
Yes, south.
About due south from this location. Do you know anything about that?
Let's see. He like kind of like takes a moment to just like tap his head and everything to get to remember. It's like, no, as long as I remember, we've been here for a few nights camping around. You know, we've been really getting some inspiration from nature, and so we've been adding a new few songs to our repertoire. Would you like to hear some good ones that we have?
Oh, I would love to hear some. I would love to hear some of your regalia of song, but let's make sure we get everybody together first so you can share amongst the crowd.
Of course, of course. I'll even bring the sleepy pants with us right now. Get up to Mary and to Jonathan. As you just see him just like go around and start like slapping people awake.
Paarth looks rather amused.
So, with that, I don't think Vlad really sees Hoots at all. Like I don't think he realizes that Hoots is there with them. But Vlad just goes,
Yeah, take your time in waking up, getting yourselves prepped and awake. I've got to retreat back to my crew, and I'll bring them over.
Also,
Sounds like a plan.
as Vlad is finishing talking, Vlad might notice that Paarth is eyeballing the tower rather peculiarly. And as soon as he finishes the conversation, there's a slight lurch as Paarth starts to run all the way along and up the stairs with Vlad still on the saddle.
"Whoa, whoa, what's going on?"
As soon as Vlad and Paarth get to the top, Paarth just runs right up to the ledge and leaps with wings out and glides as far as he can get himself to glide with Vlad still on his back.
Oh, you two must be excited. Toodaloo! Oh,
Whoa, whoa!
Jumpin' James Jehoshaphat. Jesus.
Vlad's like holding on to like the saddle for dear life. Like, oh shit!
So 25-foot drop, and what was the glide distance again? Calculation? 10 feet
So
or 5 feet?
No. So for every 1 feet that you fall, you go 5 feet horizontally.
Oh, so it's times 5.
Yes.
So 25 times 5, that's
125.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, let's
we
put
get
that into.
all
5
the
to
way
1
there.
glide ratio.
So we get all the way over there in one glide. So Vlad gets to experience semi-flight for a good several seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, because from there, I would say it's roughly 25 feet. And if you're doing it from there, so it's per 5 feet for 25. So that's 125. Yeah, as you're correct. So you would probably make it about like, yeah, exactly around where you're at right now. So
Yeah,
before you hit the ground.
Paarth saw an opportunity to go gliding with Vlad, and he was not going to miss it.
Vlad's just holding on to the saddle, like
Ah!
slight bristled in the fur, just like, you really got to warn me next time you do that.
There is a very delighted kind of chuckling noise coming from deep inside of Paarth's throat as he touches down and trots his way over to the rest of the others. First time
But
Paarth's
that
been
is
able to
good.
be playful in ages.
But that is good to know.
So from there, I would say that after that sort of rendezvous, you are able to make it back on over to where you had rested for the night. And Clovis is waiting there as he just is talking with Ivan. And once you two gotta make it back, is just Clovis is like, "Oh, welcome back. Were you able to find anything?"
At this point, Vlad dismounts from Paarth and gets closer to the group.
Probably stumbling just 1 or 2 steps.
Yeah, just kind of stumbling, trying to get his. He doesn't quite have his flight legs yet, and he leans against this archway, trying to play it off, like play it coy, like I'm fine, I'm fine. And he goes, "You will not believe who we ran into over at that other camp. You remember
where
the
was it?
Marco?"
You mean the traveling minstrels?
Da. They're at tower.
Well, what
Along
do you
with the-
know?
along with the rest of Merry Band. And boy, do they have stories for us.
Well, I would hope that they would have some sort of stories, otherwise they would not make very good minstrels.
But they did also give me a little bit of other intel too.
Hmm.
They've been here for a few nights.
They've been here for a few nights. How many nights
I
have
do not
we...
remember whether or not they were here when we arrived.
No, we scouted the area quite well. We saw no sign of anyone else here.
So, passage of time is different down there than it was up here.
It certainly seems as much.
But they are waiting on us. So,
Yeah. Well, best to go and see them and find out what day it is. I
Ah.
sure hope it wasn't too long.
So, do you guys need help with anything here, or do you have it?
There. Oh,
No. Well,
I've got all of my stuff. The mule is already very well packed. And there, while you were out scouting, I think we are good to go.
Right. I just need to get back to Paarth, and we can lead you over to camp as he slowly just kind of wobbles his way and just go ahead.
Go ahead, Renewza.
Okay, so she'll just tell him, everything okay there, Vlad?
Let's just say I haven't gotten my flight legs yet.
So raise an eyebrow and I'm gonna go, okay.
Well, let's go see what they have to say, if you know what they mean.
A rather,
As a,
a rather happy-looking and amused Paarth seems to be waiting for Vlad outside.
Just Vladimir walks out and sees Paarth with this kind of like shit-eating grin, like, yeah.
With
why the
that,
fuck are they flying?
Paarth will
there you go.
head on over after the others there. We may as well do
Yep.
the zippy zips.
Zips.
Yep. So you do
Funk.
all make your way back by collecting all of your things and are able to arrive back as what looks to be DeMarco, joined by two of very interesting people. You see a similar like clothes halfling. Instead of it being more like a purplish and like golden attire, it's more like a white with like leather in addition to a like a purple like overcoat or like a vest. And you also see a horned female with goat-like legs, as they're all just kind of like getting some food together and everything.
Above
Oh,
table.
For you,
Is that
A
Paarth,
satyr!
Yeah, is one of the satyr?
Yes.
Satyr.
So the female is a female satyr.
That's why I said above table. Like, ooh. Vladimir doesn't
yes.
know what the fuck it is, but
Paarth seems to be quite delighted nonetheless coming across a satyr. In fact, Paarth isn't even hesitating to start approaching her, even though he's moving gently. He's quite literally just walking right over to her. Satyr is
Oh,
going
they're
to see-
back. They're back.
Yeah, and the satyr's going to see a weird concoction of fairy dragon and pseudodragon that is way too big to be either, but it looks half fairy dragon.
Yeah. So with the general of you guys arriving back at this camp, Of course, the descriptions of what the camp look like in general is very rustic, built underneath a watchtower of itself. You do see that the halfling is a little bit like terrified of seeing a partial dragon, with you all. But the satyr, let's see how she reacts. She reacts in a bit of a you can't really tell how she is. She feels very conflicting with her emotions. If you want to get a more gander of like what sort of like what she might actually be feeling, then you guys can do an insight check.
All right.
Insight.
Insight
Yeet.
against the bards.
Let's see if Paarth can be
Ooh.
even at a lick of insightfulness for once.
16.
That's my best roll most of the game so far.
21 for insight for Vlad.
Nice.
Okay. Anyone else want to roll? Or
Yeah, I'm rolling. And decided to go to Nadia.
Oh,
And no
oh.
street. And she gets nothing.
Okay, so anyone that got a 10 or higher, you can tell that the satyr is showing a restrained form of excitement. As you can kind of see, like she's sitting like on the ground or so. Like you can tell her like she's trying to strain her face to show that she doesn't care, but in reality, it's like you can tell that like there is some level of excitement that shows from seeing a very exciting sort of mix of dragon. And as you all wander on in, DeMarco just stands and it's just like, we, as the courteous of DeMarco Band, or the band itself, would like to give you thanks, as I'm going to introduce you to Demary, pointing towards the female satyr, which she gives a courteous bow, and also to Matthew, as he gives like a wave and it's like, hello. It's like, so, what brings you in these neck of woods?
There. Well, some adventuring there, as would be the norm for our kind. What of you?
Well, I'm
Hey.
really glad that you asked. Well, let's see. So ever since that you had stopped by the village and helped save the other sorts of, different sorts of people in my original band, those two decided that they did not want to be a part of a band anymore because bandits ruined the band. So I've been scavenging around the woods and in other areas of Faerun for new people for the band too. And here we have with Demary and DeMatthew.
There. Well, good to meet you, both. How long have you known DeMarco, and were these the names before?
The satyr speaks up. Well, no, my name is a lot more complex, but Mary is the one that I chose for my common name. And so we're going with Mary. She says it with a hesitation.
Yeah.
But
tis
I've only
your
known him for about a
formal name.
month.
Yes. Tis your formal name, then.
Exactly.
There.
The halfling speaks up too. He's just like, well, I've only known them for about like 2 or so weeks. But my name is Liam, actually. But DeLiam is not a good enough name, so I go by DeMarco. And I was performing actually nearby Candlekeep when I had met these two.
Well, so long as you are not on stage, I would be happy to call you by your more your non-stage names, if you prefer.
Oh, goodness gracious. So we're not that close to you all, so call us by our performance names.
I take a look at the other two. They're clearly giving them a. I'd like to hear your thoughts and opinions there over the leader. That, well, I'm sure a good performer. There does seem to be quite overbearing.
They don't show any sort of like restraint. They kind of agree of just like, yeah, we don't know you, so
Mhm.
just call us by our stage names.
There. There. All right. I could have sworn I detected a disdain for using the stage name in place of their actual names coming off of them.
It probably is, but even then, they'd still probably go by their stage name because, that's what bards tend to do when speaking with strangers, even if they
Mhm.
don't like the stage name they were given.
There. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, there. Well.
Yep.
So what else brings you to these woods? There is not much in the way of towns nearby.
Oh, well, the satyr speaks up. Is like, well, we heard of there being some other different deeds being taken care of, and so we've been traveling around trying to see, what's been true and what's been false. So we've heard of there being an excavation crew looking for a particular cave, and turns out there that apparently it's supposed to be having some magical principle to it. Well, we also found that there was traces of what used to be a goblin horde, or even just a goblin nest on its own that was taken out by adventurers, and we've been trying to figure out who they were. We also
that-
were guided around by a treant through across the woods, and then we heard that there was some commotion within these parts, and we're just trying to gather the story and see if we can use it on a ballad that we've been thinking about. And DeMarco speaks up as like, we've called it the ballad, a story of a grand tale.
At that point, Vladimir slowly turns his head to the rest of the group with this expression of, they're following us.
Uh-oh.
That's how he talks.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I glance at the rest of the party there, and tilt my ears in towards them and kind of indicating, do we actually want to answer their quest?
Paarth kind of just cranes his head to look back at Vladimir with a expression of curiosity because it's evident on the dragon's face that he's just dying to find out what the rest of the party decides to do.
It's just this moment of awkward staring of like, do we tell them?
Let's see. Oh, well, you wouldn't happen to know about these deeds and such, would you? Seeing as if you're within the area and such.
Well, we might have an idea of who's been killing the goblins and freeing the woods of corruption and such.
Ooh, so you do know what it is. As my mother always used to say, a possible might is always right.
I'm not sure how that is always an accurate statement, but well,
At this point, Paarth is kind of bouncing up and down a little bit, like bobbing his head, and looking rather entertained and pumped up at the thought of himself being in a ballad, considering Paarth sang ballads quite a lot. You can tell the energy in Paarth is just bubbling.
eh,
It's like,
well,
I'm gonna be in a bar, or I'm gonna be in a ballad.
well, you see, we actually are the ones that have been freeing the woods of the menaces around here.
At that point, Vladimir slowly turns his head forward with a slight nod of confirmation.
I mean, we did take out that goblin nest at that castle.
And we also
Wait.
did go. We also did go through. I don't. Above
The-
table. I don't remember. Did we
the
actually go
woods-
through the Echo Wave cave?
Not yet.
We didn't get to the Echo
No.
Wave Cave, but we did get
No,
led
not
through
yet.
the woods by the Druid.
Yeah.
No, that is something that does stand out to you though, as if like they've seen a settlement been established at the end of a cave. So it's something that you don't know of, but the rest of it does seem like it is events that are following what you have done.
Hmm.
So
Yeah. I said we don't know about that settlement at a cave, but other stuff sounds awful lot like things we've done ourselves.
Oh, we'll see.
Oh.
Make us a note about the cave, because that could be the Wave Echo Cave.
oh rats, you haven't even explored the cave. That's the best part. I figured it was you all, but getting yourself in a bunch of hoopla and such. But oh, that's a little disappointing.
Well, we haven't made our way over there yet. We were still gathering intel about it.
Ooh.
Mm.
He just kind of like looks over at his two compatriots. Is like, would you like to hear the tale of what's at the cave? For I, and rather we, know all.
Paarth starts
Yeah.
nodding his head before anybody can answer.
I give a slight skeptical look of that, because this cave is supposed to be rather secretive, and then these bumbling minstrels suddenly know all about it. Go on, do tell.
The halfling speaks up of just like, I can see your looks of disdain. But one thing is to note that I used to be an information gatherer, a journalist per se, for Waterdeep. And the satyr speaks up as like, well, we can't just simply give you the information for free, because what sort of story would there be if the narrator just told the adventurers where to go? And Marco stands up and he's just like, so we'll ask you a question. If you can answer our riddle correctly, we'll give you a hint.
Paarth starts to tilt his head, looking rather curious and intrigued.
There.
I do believe you have our attention.
We have 3 bits of information to gather. For each riddle you get right, we'll spoil a little bit of the story for you. But you have to promise us one thing.
Hmm.
Follow through at the very moment we tell you. If you need time to rest, that's okay. But you need to get us the full story. No sort of sugar applied to this mess. We need all the information you get so we can complete our our ballad and sorts. And if you can answer our questions, we'll give you the full story, at least on our end. Does that make sense?
Da, though it does seem odd that you would withhold information if you know what is actually going on.
I believe
Well,
I believe they're trying to see if we are worthy of such information.
the satyr gives a nod. Also, I mean, what's better than being able to spoil a story for people? Being able to find a better way of telling the tale. We can't just
And
simply give you all the answers, because A, us two, we don't know who you are, and we don't know if you're trustworthy. And I know DeMarco allowed you to help save his prior band, but we think it's much funnier to help you in your quest. At least for a price. Everything is for a price.
and
Well,
also, oh, go ahead.
I can see that you know some about this cave there, but I can also see that you are unaware of the stakes uh, that persist at its entrance, as well as what goes on, what would go on in its depths.
But remember one thing, Vulcan.
Hmm?
You and I both know, as well as other individuals here in our immediate vicinity, what is more valuable than currency?
Uh, I give you a bit of a look that says, I know I'm trying to get the bards to stop playing around with the life and death information.
So that's exactly what we're looking for, is the information itself. So we'll tell you at least from what we see, but to us it's no game at all. Life or death as it may be, we need a good tale. And you can provide us with one, so long as you finish the story.
And there. But then it will be better that we finish the story. You know, if we had intel of what we're going for. And besides, that would also mean that a band of uh, minstrels were key in helping the adventurers and to accomplish their task and save the land.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check to see if you can sway their decision.
All right.
They're pretty dead set in what they want to do. So it's gonna be a bit difficult.
Okay, and I'm going to add a Dark One's own luck to that. There, which is verifying here. I think it's a D10. Yes. So 18.
Unfortunately, no. That is not enough to persuade them in that regard.
Mm,
Mhm.
and
DC
nobody was
20.
helping me.
Vlad
There.
has no idea how he could help.
And Paarth is too busy being excited.
And Law wouldn't exactly have ideas how to contribute herself. Such a
I just
bargain.
backing up my claims that this information would be critical.
Paarth has been avoiding words in general at the moment, because at the moment he has 3 strangers that he's not sure he wants them to know if he can talk yet.
Mm.
That's true. Also excited because you could be in a ballad.
Yeah, that's basically where most of
Yeah.
Paarth's attention immediately went.
I was seriously thinking about putting a luck on that D20.
Don't forget,
Initial roll.
Paarth sings about ballads at fairy circles constantly. Being in one is like the top honor.
There. I mean,
It really
this wouldn't
is.
stop him from being in a ballad.
It wouldn't, but he is absolutely distracted at the moment.
It just depends how good the ballad would be.
Mhm.
Yeah, Paarth's
But
basically
anyway.
already trying to think of like what musical notes would work and what rhymes in two different languages.
Well, anyway, as you attempt to persuade them, they look at each other and they just kind of shake their heads. And DeMarco's like, "Look, we're giving you a bone. Just answer our questions, and we'll give you what you're looking for. Okay?"
She looks at them going, I think the answering the questions will be the quickest way to do it.
Duh.
Very well. There.
All right. It's time to change up the music a little bit.
Starts playing Jeopardy.
So you see that the bards pull out their instruments and begin to play tavern-like music that's more soothing of the regards.
Paarth seems to
the first
immediately
one-
pick up on it and starts moving. Vlad can literally feel the dragon moving under him to the music.
It's very enticing. The halfling begins. Riddle number 1. What do you call a bear with no teeth?
Do you call a bear with no teeth?
A gummy bear?
What was that?
A gummy bear? Because it's all gums.
That's correct. Number 1 has been succeeded. I don't know. I'm tired.
Gummy bear. Nicely done.
Yes.
Successfully answered.
Yes. That is 1 of 3. And as you can see, I'll provide you a hint. Within the woods nearby Phandalin, there is a cave settlement about a few miles out. It is where some interesting people, not used to the location itself, have settled and discovered something extravagant. But for tale number 2, the satyr picks up, this will be a bit more challenging to get some specifics of what we saw. So, my question for you is, what has to be broken before you can use it?
Hmm.
That is a
Well-
brain That is a brain tickler.
No, not that. An egg?
That is correct, an egg. You must break an egg to crack an omelet, and this is a very good tale for you. As we approached near the camp of strangers itself, we were not paid attention-wise, but there were some very, very bold and strong individuals, more of vulpine attire, with pride, noble garments and armor, almost as if blocking a beautiful sight to see. But yet we saw it despite their censorship. Which brings me to riddle number 3. Answer this and we'll show you what more could possibly ever be. Are you ready?
All
Paarth
right.
bobs his
His
head.
Riddle number 3. What question can you never answer yes to?
Paarth, too excited with everything that's going on, just speaks aloud. Am I lying?
Correct. But I'll give you another chance. One last try before our pies are shut.
Vladimir
What
just.
question,
Oops. Go ahead. Finish.
what question can you never answer yes to?
Vladimir ponders on this for a moment. Looks at the bards and go, "Are you asleep yet?"
The music stops. Are you serious? Or rather, are you asleep yet? Because the answer is always no. Congratulations, you've riddled our fiddle, and I'll tell you a tittle of a tale.
I'm actually gonna type up something that I'm gonna put into the chat so you can continue, but Paarth's gonna see this through the mental connection.
Despite the censorship of the royal guard from a foreign land we were uncertain of, there was a glistening arriving from the cave itself, as a man with more vulpine-ish attires, like your old senior over here, dressed in proud, darkened armor, with a crackling of bluish energy across from him. He seemed to be accompanied by a younger vulpine, who had been sort of tied behind, her hands tied behind her back. But noticing that we could hear, they escorted us pronto, before we heard a few words. This cave is brimming with treasure and power. He later confirmed that this was a cave made up, dug up by some dwarven family sort of business. We didn't care much of those details, but it sounds like an interesting tale, as you may say. So, did you like our hints?
They are intriguing, there, to say the least. Though lacking in one crucial detail.
What is that?
What direction and how far is it from Fandolin?
It's about a few miles away. Did you not hear the first part?
But a few miles could be in as many as 360 degrees of direction.
We'll be more than kind to mark it on your map, as to where we saw the location at.
There. That would be appreciated.
And let me go ahead and pull up the map to show stream. Just so that way you have an idea of what specifically you are looking at. So. Okay. So, to put it in perspective, and this will show kind of all the locations, as they tell you about a few other things of what they've seen, what they've heard and been told, including how there were just a few other interesting locations near the Sword Mountain. But of course, the more exciting stuff is that there of the encampment by a cave just before the Sword Mountains, east of Fandolin. And I'm going to show that right now on stream.
Alright.
So, as you can kind of see from here, they marked your general location, which was within the Neverwinter Woods, up this location. Cragmaw's Castle was around here, aka the nest that you had taken out. And your current location would probably be more around the outskirts near... I'm trying to remember exactly where it was, because...
So somewhere near Cragmaw Castle.
Yes, that was the location called for the nest. So that's nearby as to where, Akanon lives. And you went more towards like this segment of the woods to confirm
Deeper
the
in.
actual temple. So
Oh well, I see
so
in
you
your
would-
map way down near Phandalin is the Wave Echo Cave, right?
yes, so they're saying that if you go south of that location on the Trobor Trail, it's only a few miles due east, which will probably take you about maybe like an hour or so to travel to get there, just due to the rougher terrain.
Mhm.
So, and of course, they went on some old tale of how they were told of tales of like a sort of lair of an old witch, of tales within Phandalin, and even like a location of a well that's been overturned by a owlbear within nearby Cornberry. But they said it's not as exciting as this area known as the Wave Echo Cave.
Hmm.
But yeah, that's pretty much it. I'll make sure to mark it on your map, like I said, and keep that in mind as you're traveling. And make sure to keep to our promise as well. If you do look at that area, let us know what's there. Also, Vernuzza, you're getting a lot of feedback.
Dang it!
It's
Is
just
that
the
better?
fan or breathing on it. Yeah, it stopped.
There we go.
Much better. But yeah. Now with that information, what would you like to do with that info?
Here.
Well, we did make some
Well.
allies, didn't we? Probably a good idea to tell them where the cave is. They haven't figured it out already.
Well, I imagine Aknon and Clovis were listening the whole time because the whole gang's here.
They were. There is a bit of a frustrating look on Ivan's face, and ones of familiarity with Aknon and Clovis. They're just like, they must have found it, unfortunately.
Well, It means we don't have much time. It sounds like they've built up quite the encampment there.
Clovis does speak up of like, that is true, but the Wave Echo Cave is not one of easy terrain. It's supposedly has a lot of different monstrosities and other creatures that protect the lair itself. So, even if your uncle may be able to send a few guards in, I don't know if they'd be coming back safely or if at all.
They would whittle them down, so to speak.
Exactly.
But still, not good.
Nods. It'd probably be a good idea to get back with our allies and discuss the plans, so to speak.
And there. Duh. Alright. Well, so you've been traveling around trying to find those taking out the goblins, and in the process you've stumbled onto a group from a foreign nation investigating a glowing cave said to contain great treasures and power, huh? That about sum it up?
That pretty much matches up.
So, what led you to this location exactly?
Well, honestly, not really too much. You just kind of think through what it was again, and the halfling is just like, remember, you said that there was some sort of other goblin encampments nearby that you wanted to record and get inspiration with. And he's like, oh yes, apparently from the Cragmaw's castle location of where the nest was dispersed. Apparently, there's been a lot of regrouping. within the local area. So this place has been like bountiful with goblins lately, almost like legions of goblins.
Out of character, so we may want to revisit the fort because we have allies there that are invested in, helping us with this fight. But, because what Akanon told them. But we also, of course, need to get supplies, and by the sounds of it, there is a goblin infestation here as well, much like the one we took care of over in the forest.
Well, now this goblin infestation, and let me get clear. Is it that they are currently building up after the adventurers, us, took out the previous one, or was that where you heard about goblins coming in here, and then adventurers took it out?
The satyr speaks up of, well, we heard from a harper that was, God, where were they located at? I have to remember again. Oh, yeah, actually nearby Lelion, which is, nearby the Mare of the Dead Men and closer to, like, the Sword Mountains, south of Neverwinter, like, more south than Phandalin. There was mention of there being some a moment of silence for goblins, and then suddenly there become more rampant attacks within the Trowelboard Trail. And so I guess something must have happened where some of those bandits and goblins have been kind of stopped for a moment, but they must have came back twice as hard. So we figured that we would take a look around. We heard that the locations around here may have been populating, and it turns out that there's some connection between a new nest being made around these parts and also down in the Sword Coast Mountains.
Alright, and what days were those events taking place, from what you've understood?
We investigated that about the beginning of the prior month, and it's been about 2 weeks since we've looked around the area, and those rumors have been pretty true. These parts are incredibly dangerous, and a lot of the survivors from the Cragmaw Castle are within these locations with brand new tribes. So we're thinking that if there's enough evidence, they might still be connected towards the people at the cave. Though, honestly, who would deal with goblins, right? The vile little creatures.
Completely. No.
Well, depending on the mindset, any kind of reinforcement, whether it be Vulpine or a goblin, is good reinforcement to have for whoever has it.
Perhaps, though, that does lead to another question. As we've been adventuring underground for some time, what day is it, the date?
Well, let's see. Judging by it, it's getting closer to the winter season from what I'm seeing here. Though it's still roughly the last month before winter falls in. And that bit of info shocks you all, as when you arrived at this location, it was actually closer to harvesting season. So with you entering on in near the beginning of harvesting season, it's now getting closer to the end of harvesting season.
There.
So we were gone for potentially a couple of months?
A couple of months, yes.
There. What?
No.
You...
At that point, Vladimir just kind of, he gives this puzzling stare, and then he sticks a pinky in his
in his ear and just kind of does the motion of cleaning out his ears. And he goes, "I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? I must
Yeah,
have
I mean-
misheard you."
Well, the nest has been cleared for ever since the beginning of the harvest season. So beginning like 3-4 months ago. So yeah, it's getting pretty close to that time. Might even see some snowfall here pretty soon.
Paarth cranes his head to look back at Valkin and the others, and comments in common since he's already spoken anyway.
Mhm.
We had limited time to begin with to get to the Wave Echo Cave. This implies they've had a long time to set up. Are we too late?
I pause to think there for Norelor to continue.
She goes, I think we need to go get in touch with the ally space and see what's happened since we were gone. So we get-
Akanon does speak up of like, yes, that would definitely be wise. Still a few months though. They're probably close to being able to being there. That would match up on a time restraint too, for goblins being able to recuperate like that, but damn it. We had such we had such an advancement before them. Now we're back in that same spot.
What sort of magics were being influenced in that place?
Norelor, go ahead and give me a religion check. With that.
Okay. Religion.
At this point, Vladimir just has this look of dread across his muzzle, like, oh shit.
Well, that's a nat 20.
Wow.
Hell yeah!
Awesome.
Nice.
Let's fucking go.
So, two things that you notice. One, Norelor, as everything kind of clicks together, you notice that Ivan's face looks as if it's in complete despair. It's not really noticeable by anybody else because of the shock and surprise, though you recall that while Shar doesn't have any sort of handle over time itself, you do know that those who get within at least a decent bit of contact with her influence and power, there can be a sort of like uncertainty of how
dilation?
long it's been. Oh, I'm sorry?
Time dilation?
Exactly. Yeah. There can be some sort of that effect when in direct and constant influence. So this might have been the punishment that you guys have been dealt when you desecrated the temple. And this is probably something also relating directly to how Ivan is now kind of like feeling really frustrated and down.
Mhm.
My apologies. I need to AFK to BioBreak. I'll try to listen in via Twitch. Be back hopefully in just
No
a few
worries.
minutes, but stomach cramp.
Yeah.
You good? I'm trying to wrap up here pretty soon too, so just
Okay. Keep going. Just make note about what's being told. It's a rehash for me.
sounds
Yeah.
good.
The fact that we were gone for like months.
That's far from impossible given the influence in the area where you are in.
Hmm.
Still not a good thing to find out.
No. Not at all. Hmm. Alright, well, We are going to have a lot of catching up to do.
Clovis
That's putting it nicely. Go ahead.
Clovis does speak up as well. It's just like, at this point, there's not even time to catch up with things. We have to plan ahead and make sure that whatever happens, we're ready for. Which I don't even know. I can't believe I've been gone for more than months.
This is not good. Right? Alright. We need to be getting moving here. If we can find out who is in the other camp, great, but we need to be heading south. As much as I hate the fact that the goblins have resurfaced after all our work, we have bigger fish to fry.
It's more than just that, though. They've resurfaced and they're legions, from what the bards have told us. In the thousands. So, whatever your uncle is planning to do, it's not going to be pretty if the goblins are involved.
If I had to guess, they are going to end up using them as cannon fodder for all the monsters in that cave. Just bash their way through.
Yes. I'm going to try and contact the helm and see if there is some possible way that we can get some information on the way. Oh, my bad. There we go. Thank you for that, Dev. Appreciate it. But yes, I definitely agree that we need to make sure that we make our way on over pronto and see what we can do to push back against this threat.
Yes. We'll need to make quite a few alerts and call-ins for favor.
Not to mention, we may have to get upgrades and equipment.
Alright, well, bards, are there any other news of the world and how it has changed in the past 2 months? And there is Phandalin still standing well? The Enclave, or what was the name of that castle there, or the kind of keep
Cragmaw?
that had all the...
You mean Cragmaw?
No, the one with the knights that nearly imprisoned us there. That
Oh, that's the helm.
Oh, the helm. Okay. Yeah, there. Does the helm still stand strong there as ever?
I wouldn't know anything about a helm in that regard, but I do know that Phandalin is doing pretty good ever since you helped him out. So, well, besides that, we wouldn't really know. We haven't been around there for a while, so.
Good. And then, right. Well, how are you three planning to get out of these woods now that the goblins have infested them?
Oh, well, we'll probably be here for a while longer, but we'll probably return to Phandalin soon if you do decide to continue and make your way right on over to the cave. So, just to kind of see how the town is doing and do some performances.
Well, you wanted the story, then you'd best. Then, well, we'll certainly be giving you one, that's for sure. Whether or not you want to see it firsthand there, that is up to you.
Sounds like a plan there. Well, we wish you the best of luck, and get us the best story you possibly can.
Yeah, alright. I look to the rest of the group here and to see if there's anything else that we need to discuss with the bards or questions to ask them before we all kind of turn back to gather our things and plan our route.
Hmm.
No, I've got nothing.
All right. Well, bards, there, and thank you for your information. And well, we hope that we will make it in time, lest you find a very different environment in which you are plying your trade.
Sounds good then. Take it easy, you all. And Godspeed.
Da.
As they just kind of continue like finishing up their food and everything and start their own packing away.
Thank you. Hell. Alright then. It is top of the hour here, and I know that we got some people who need to be places. So,
Mm-hmm.
anything else?
Well, I don't think that there's anything else. So I will say at this point, as you finish up your conversation, learning that it has been multiple months since from when you first entered the temple, you take your opportunity to traverse ahead and go for a resupply, as you will be making your way on over to, I don't know if it's to Phandalin or if you're going to Helm's Host to resupply there.
There. I'd need to look at the map again to find out the routing there, but we definitely need to give a heads up to the host. There.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
do believe.
Akanon has a way of ascending stone to be able to contact them.
Mhm.
So that will be a means of contact for those regards.
So then,
But we can always figure out that stuff next time.
exactly.
as-
So, yeah, that's going to be a very full next episode.
Yes, indeed.
Mhm.
So
And-
with that, let's see what our next session might be.
That is looking at June 16th.
June 16th might not work for me because it is Father's Day.
Ugh.
So I will more than likely be celebrating stuff with my dad.
Yes.
And so we can probably plan for a different day. Hopefully that week or so if we want to try something different. Or if we can't, then our next available option would probably be June 30th. So
Alrighty then. So, I stick to the social medias there. On Ace will definitely be posting on X Twitter for the stream and everything. And for now, I think it's time for us to find someone to raid.
oh yeah. Yeah, I usually do stream updates not only just for my stuff but also for Dungeons and Dragons. So please make sure to keep out on my social media. Cdefend. I'm on Blue Sky and also on Twitter. So just like Breaker said. And let's see, who can we raid off to?
Let's see. I don't have too many people on my list today. I do see there's a Varric online.
Oh yeah, we haven't raided off to Varric in a while. So want to do that?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, why not?
All right. Well, with that, everyone, we do appreciate you hopping on in today, as we're going to be raiding off to Varric, the Doom Marine, who is playing Sulaco, is what it's called?
Yeah. Silico?
Is
Silico,
the-
I
Looks
think.
like Sulaco.
Yeah, something like that. Fast-paced shooter there of Doom inspiration. Perfect.
Hell yeah.
All right. Well, then from me, everyone, our raid message is going to be the shadows have come to play, and hope to see you all next time.
Yep. And from my end, if you're raiding on in, my raid message is Ace of Raids, followed by your favorite raid emotes. And with that, hope to catch you guys next time, and see you later.
Have a good night.
Bye bye.